Elon Musk says, yes, we're still going to censor what we consider to be hate speech. We're just going to make it to where nobody can see it unless they search it out. We're still going to work with the Department of Homeland Security while the government is deeply involved in censoring social media for their own political gains and for their own state interests and power. I'm still going to talk to all these leftist, organizations that should be dead, like the ADL or, like places like that are just like useless and offer nothing to society except bitching. But you bring back, James Lindsay, and you bring back like a couple of famous conservatives that already have reach in right-wing spaces anyways. And they're all like, oh no! Hey!
Hey guys.
Oof.
Good evening.
Good evening. If
Howdy.
I could be as to distract while I get started.
I'm not going to do that for you, mostly because I have to take a quick pee break. And I'll be right back.
You should pee before the panel, Scott. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I fully expect the panel to get started somewhere around 8:30. So so this is me peeing before the panel. I'll be right back.
That's fair. And so anyone talk about things?
What's up? How's my voice? Is it going okay? Is it good?
It's as silky smooth as it always
Silky.
is. Yeah, hopefully the other ones will be here soon. Anyone else? Do you have anything to talk about? Literally anything. Guys, come on, help me out here.
I'm off class all week. I don't know if that's interesting.
That's good.
Means I'm not late for Reverie.
This is why I miss Wick. Wick was always good for this.
Donald Trump's
yeah.
unbanned off Twitter. How about that? Hey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bad news for McCarthy.
He's not going to rejoin. He said he's not.
Yeah, that's what he says. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's something to get worked up about or anything like that with Donald Trump. I mean, look, well, he'll have like a bigger reach to be toxic because his platform did fall. But we'll see.
I mean, I think if you're in the DNC, you're hoping that he'll have more reach because the party is trying desperately to figure out a way to come to a consensus on not nominating Trump in 2024. And I think Trump wants to make that as hard as possible on them. And I think this divides the party more than anything else I can think of.
Howdy, I'm back.
Yeah,
I mean, DeSantis is already outraising Trump. He's leading in a lot of polls now, which was unthinkable even 2 months ago. The rate at which the conservative media is moving away from him and towards DeSantis is almost meteoric in terms of how fast that's happening.
Yeah,
So
DeSantis is the GOP establishment's populist pick.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't expect that. I mean,
I don't.
Go ahead.
Well, and also
I don't understand the whole. I don't understand the whole Twitter. I think it's so funny how easily you can give conservatives and libertarians breadcrumbs from all of the bullshit that has been done to them with social media, and the overwhelming censorship and the weapon that the media and everything have done to try and silence conservative voices. That you bring back a few celebrities. Meanwhile, Elon Musk says, yes, we're still going to censor what we consider to be hate speech. We're just going to make it to where nobody can see it unless they search it out. We're still going to work with the Department of Homeland Security while the government is deeply involved in censoring social media for their own political gains and for their own state interests and power. I'm still going to talk to all these leftist, organizations that should be dead, like the ADL or places like that are just useless and offer nothing to society except bitching. But you bring back James Lindsay, and you bring back like a couple of famous conservatives that already have reach in right-wing spaces anyways, and they're all like, yay! And it's just like, it's just hilarious to me.
Yeah, it seems like everything he's doing right now in one direction or another is going to be performative because he's trying to keep advertisers happy, which I'm not sure is possible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, Twitter has had more engagement than ever before. And so like they're like the platform's dying because like, of advertisements and things like that. But like there will be some new faux outrage that leftists work in line with the corporations because leftists love large corporations so long as they say the right thing. And and they'll find some new thing to be pissed off about, and the ad revenue will come back because corporations don't give a fuck about any of the leftist goals. Not really. They just want to make sure they have a high ESG score.
Well, outrage is what drives engagement, so it seems that's where the incentivization is anyway.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there'll be a new thing, and then the ad revenue will come right back.
I do want to know one thing, just super, super quick. What was your goalpost move there? Like, is it hate speech that he's going to continue to do, or is it just bitching on the internet? Because I noticed that with the leftist examples you were giving, you were saying it's bitching, but then with the other examples, you were saying it's hate speech. Like, those two are not the same thing. Like, you're aware of that? Yes? Maybe no?
What do you mean by what was my goalpost shift? What argument did I make that I then shifted away from? What are you talking about?
Well, you were talking about Elon Musk is still saying they're not going to allow hate speech, but then they'll allow the leftists, and that's just bitching. Like, so which one is it? Is that still hate speech, or is that bitching? Like, because those two
I don't
are
believe
not
in
the same.
I don't believe in hate speech. Hate speech is just what he said.
Okay, all right. So why would somebody bitching online be what could be considered hate speech by Elon Musk?
What? I don't. I mean, I feel like you misunderstood what it is that I'm claiming. I don't understand what you're
I feel
asking.
like you should be careful with how you're saying the words, to be honest. But okay.
She's ready for a fight. You ready,
Right?
Scott?
Like I was like, right? You're. I don't understand what it is that you're trying to claim that I'm saying. What goalposts I'm claiming, or what arguments you're giving to me that I'm not making.
Well, should Elon Musk see that as hate speech? Should he see these leftist organizations as also engaging in hate speech as well?
I already said I don't believe in hate speech.
Yes,
I just think
I'm pretty sure Scott is mostly a free speech absolutist.
No. I'm saying, do you think Elon Musk is ignoring the similarities of hate speech in leftist organizations that he is seeing in these organizations he hasn't let back online, like Alex Jones, for instance?
Well, presuming,
and obviously he thinks
you're
there's
using, right.
I want to be very clear. Elon Musk thinks that there is hate speech because did you see what he was talking about? How he lost one of his children, and it was an emotional thing, and he was actually discussing how that was hateful. So obviously he thinks that's hate speech.
Right.
Whether that's real or not.
He believes certain things are hate speech. Okay.
Right. Okay.
I'll establish that. Now, what are you talking about?
So when you're saying like he'll call it hate speech for this, but then you have these leftist organizations that are still that are still operating on Twitter, and that they're just complaining. Like we were talking about hate speech, not people who are complaining.
I never made any argument about whataboutism between the left and the right and the attempts, the types of speech that they're engaged in.
Okay, well, obviously you can see why I'm thinking, okay, we're talking about hate speech, what is and is not hate speech, or, obviously in this particular context, Elon Musk believes hate speech exists. And since he owns the platform and is making the decisions, that's what we're going off of. So when he calls something hate speech versus just complaining on the internet, like that's the bar we would be following.
Where are you getting this versus just complaining on the internet? You've made up an argument that doesn't exist.
Literally said it.
You're trying to create.
You literally said, hold on.
I did not make this comparison between hate speech on the right and lefties complaining on the internet.
Can we talk about one other thing he said? Because he did say hate speech, but then he said that was in the context of a Boolean or statement where he said negative or hateful speech. So to him, if a tweet is negative, it can be deboosted.
Right, and that's going to be, it seems like that's going to be a little more ambiguous.
And I think demonetized too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he said deboosted and demonetized.
Only that specific tweet, though, which I think is a pretty major departure from
not
the
channel, presumably. But like none of us
Yeah.
really know how the censorship works in the background, right? Like we've developed tools to attempt to understand how ghost bans and search bans and things like that work, but like we don't fully understand it, right? Like
Well, that
like
was
we
another
have
promise
some
he made.
admissions of it.
That was another promise he made, was that he would make the algorithm transparent.
I mean, transparent is
You can't even see it at all, no matter what.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like transparent is one of those words that is ironically, a little opaque usually.
Right. I mean, I don't think anyone takes any of his promises seriously, but people are keeping track of them.
We should keep them like serious, right? Like we should keep track of them, and we should take him at his word. And then when he breaks it, then we can't exact any punishments on him.
Yeah,
to be fair.
exactly. Like, it'd be great if we could hold him accountable and call him out, but that's like
yeah, all I'm
Advertisers
saying
can.
is-
they can choose not to.
All I'm saying is,
Do
is
business.
the right seems really, really celebratory, right? And libertarians seem really celebratory about the Elon Musk takeover. And like the only thing he's done is like give kind of like vague platitudes about the idea of free speech, but then he seems to be on board with kind of continuing the status quo, but like pushing the needle back a little bit and bringing back some of the famous examples of people that were deplatformed off of Twitter for dumb reasons. It doesn't really, it seems like much of the same kind of situation. Maybe it's better, and like that incremental, kind of thing towards something better is cool, but like to me, he hasn't shown any behavior that like when FBI agents come in and say like, hey, we have political interests that the Hunter Biden laptop story doesn't go viral. Can you go ahead and wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that he'll behave any differently.
Well, that is advertisers, and that's money. I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second. My HVAC guy is still here. Our boiler is broken, and we need a new pump, and he's installing it now. And it's been well below freezing several nights in a row, so I've been baking bread till like 3 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as my landlord found out about it, he's like, "No, we're fixing it today," and he's still here. So I'm sorry if I step away a little bit. But like when it comes to Elon Musk, like I'm not an Elon Musk simp at all. I think he's kind of ridiculous and just plays like, the advertising game and, a cult of personality game. He didn't come up with half of the shit he claims he's responsible for, etc. But I will say that I do worry with Twitter already failing. We've been seeing it for the past 5 years, and it's been trying to dig itself out. Like, I'm afraid that he'll get blamed for, if it does continue to spiral, and that they'll be all like, see, Elon Musk took over, Twitter died. And that's not even going to be fair, because this started years ago, and people have been talking about Twitter this whole fucking time.
Yeah.
I don't
it's
think
been true
Twitter's
of a lot
ever
of social
been
media sites.
profitable,
Right? Like
as
YouTube.
far as I know.
YouTube is, I think, how long has YouTube been profitable? Like
Well,
couple
right
of
now,
years?
like, no, it depends. With that, I disagree with that comment from Sappy, because it depends on how Twitter dies. It could be that it's part of a long, slow decline of them not innovating and finding ways to become profitable, and it just happened to die on Elon's watch. That's a possibility, but it could also be the fact that he's lost 75% of his workforce, in the span of a few weeks, right?
He let them quit and gave them severance packages.
Look, all
Which
I'm
is
saying is
good.
Elon Musk
I
is
agree.
definitely cutting spending. He's cutting costs. All right.
Exactly.
So
He did say
Loaded.
bankruptcy is not out of the question, so he's already, couching
Exactly.
his
And
statement.
75, I'm looking at because I have an IT background.
Hasn't crashed
and
on my
I'm
end
looking
yet.
at what people in IT who are working at Twitter are saying, right? And they're saying there are whole groups, right, that handle the code base, like the base, the core services, like delivering tweets. And they're like, well, there's no one there anymore. I mean, they're gone. They're all gone, right?
Yeah, but he posted that group
for
photo,
some
though.
teams, there's like one or two individuals that are still there, and it's like any mistakes within the code are now lethal, right? Like it's right now, Twitter is just coasting along until it hits a severe error, and then hopefully there's someone there to address it.
That sounds.
Outsourced jobs,
I doubt
everybody.
that. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I do want to say that it's only part meme. Elon Musk could definitely look like the good guy here if he could just give everybody a fucking edit button.
Well, you can get an edit button for $8 a month.
Yeah,
I
but who's
thought
gonna...
they put on hold paying the $8 temporarily.
Yeah, temporarily,
that's
but you
gone.
just
That's
for
gone.
less of a cost than 2 cups of Starbucks a month, you
I think one
can
cup.
have your precious edit button.
Dude, people aren't buying YouTube Premium. Do you really think they're gonna buy like a fucking Twitter?
Oh, I have YouTube Premium.
Know.
It's definitely
Take a
working.
moment and just like criticize
no,
that logic
But
of like.
that's not like everybody though. That's like not even
I
like
I
half.
don't say everybody, but yeah, I got YouTube. YouTube Premium is actually really worth it. It changes your YouTube experience when you have no ads.
I know I
It's
had it for a
actually
year
really
and
nice.
I deeply miss it. Like it's one thing
Yeah.
I cope.
Dude, it's so rough to take like the 15 seconds it requires to install an ad blocker. It's
Oh
that-
no, okay.
Don't tell people
no,
about that,
saving that 15
No.
seconds has been
No,
The
no,
more
that
people
does not
know
work.
about it, the
Uh,
more
so, hold on,
sites are going to
Scott.
block it.
Scott, right? I know you're really I'm loving your condescending routine here, right? You're deep into it, and so like you've just kind of like brushed ahead without actually inquiring, maybe learning a little bit more about the situation. No, see, I don't watch YouTube. Like YouTube is the thing I watch the most, right? But I don't watch it on a laptop.
you watch it on your phone.
or a PC.
Right, I
anything
get
like
it.
that. Instead, I don't watch it
It's
on
a
my
joke.
phone again. So you just jumped. You jumped right before you looked. Okay. So where I watch it on.
Scott knows all. You don't have to say
Yeah,
anything.
right.
Full screen.
He's like filling in my answers before I get to it. No, I
Um,
watch it
actually,
Etch-a-sketch.
I watch
actually,
it on my my PlayStation. Right. That's where I've always on my PS5.
gross.
PS5. And I use that like as like a smart TV, right? Like all my like Netflix and all that, I watch it all there, to get that on my screen. So I
Prime
can't
case
avoid
boomer.
the ads by simply adding an ad blocker. I mean, I already have ad blockers, but yeah, it's not going to be not
Gross. That's what I say to that, sir. Gross.
there.
Well,
Okay.
apparently your PlayStation
Get a new monitor.
is your phone.
My PlayStation. Oh yeah, it must be my phone. Yeah, yes.
Yo,
Uh,
jailbreaking a PlayStation's a lot harder than an ad blocker, guys. I'm sorry. I thought I muted myself. People were like, just hack your PlayStation. I'm like, yo, that's a lot of work just to get
No,
rid of ads on
thanks.
YouTube. That would
Yeah,
actually,
mhm.
I would just pay for YouTube Premium, honestly, at that point.
yeah.
I also really don't like the logic of like it's just the cost of a cup of coffee a month. It says the 35 different services that are telling us that. I mean,
Yeah,
Listen,
right.
I'm sorry, but whenever
Well,
like
people
someone
do
asks me
drink
to
coffee
round up-
daily.
$35 of.
I don't know.
35
Whenever
coffees a month.
whenever a corporation
people
asks me to
do.
round up, I get pissed off. Like, no, I'm not rounding up. That way, you can use my money to pay for your charity to get your tax deductible, whatever you get at the when it comes tax season for it. Like, no, you're not going to use my money for that. I'll donate privately.
I just hate it because they make me feel guilty. Like, you want to donate? No. Sure you don't. You piece of shit. Okay, sorry.
Your final total comes at the $15.99. Would you like to
So,
round
like-
that up to $16 to give one
No.
cent
So,
for kids to
let
go
me-
to school?
Let me guys teach you the art of being truly annoying. So what you do is when they ask that, what you do is you just stand in line and go, oh, okay. And you pull out your phone and then you're like, no, I just want to search the charity on charitynavigator.org. And then you search the charity.
Or
and you
giving
take
well.
right. And you just let the line get longer, right? Let everyone get annoyed. And then you find it. And then you go through and you like show them to them. And you be like, I don't know. It's only got like a 6.4 rating here. Like, do you think it's worth it to round up to that? I don't know. Hold on. Let me look at their financials until they're like, sir, it's fine. Sir, it's fine. And then you just leave. You just bleed them as much as you can and piss them off and just fuck up everybody's day.
You,
Like the
you can
telemarketers
say
and
no
the
thank
scammers,
you.
right?
That might be a thing that also exists.
Yeah, I mean that's the
What?
compromise.
No.
But I got all the time in the world to fuck with the cashier who wants me to donate to fucking children's hospital.
The cashier doesn't want you to. The cashier is being forced to ask you.
Well, you know what? That's their job.
But now they've made it easier.
Their
I
job
don't
is
want
to
to get
deal with
annoyed.
me.
If they don't want to get fucking annoyed, go get a better job. I don't know.
At least in my area, they made it easier to reject because now they have self-checkout. Now it comes up as a prompt on your screen. You could just click no.
Yeah, wow. The
We'll
beauty
know
of
we're in
automation,
trouble
right?
when they start hiring Celtic moms to the job, like the matriarchs, the older women, and they're all like guilt tripping you into like donating all this stuff. Then we'll know we're really in trouble. Like she'll come in with that mom energy, like, they're starving children right now. You're like, God damn it.
I never once understood that argument though. Like, you
Well,
don't
I did
eat
not
half. You don't eat half a donut, half a slice of pizza, or whatever. There's starving kids in China. So you think the better option would be for me to box the slice of pizza that's half eaten and send it to China, hope it's still good, and give some starving child half a slice of pizza?
Well, pizza's always good, man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it gets better.
Sproticus, you're
They
not
all
being
think
a
it's
bad,
not
it's
being
When
kinda
you're
good.
drunk, when you're
Sproticus,
drunk
you're
and
not
you
being
get
a
that slice
good
of pizza in the
consequentialist.
fridge, like the one
Yeah,
that's still there and you didn't know you still had some, God, that's the best piece of pizza.
No, you see, you're not being a proper leftist, right? Like the proper way to look at this is that you finish it, and that way you're less likely to eat a snack later, right? And by making sure that you finish all of your food, you reduce your overall food consumption, right? And then that doesn't have any control on like price by
I'm
lowering
sorry.
demand, and we just ignore like economic factors and things like that. And then we take the leftist mindset that like price and economics and capital and none of these things factor into production, and then that just means that there's more food, right, to go to the starving children in Africa. So all you got to do, right, is think of it that way and just make sure you memory dump any common fucking sense or understanding of economics, and then you will arrive at the right opinion, which is that if you don't finish your pizza, you're harming poor little starving children in Africa.
Do those children even have jobs? I mean,
Yeah, some of them are
Trying
warlords,
to
all right?
survive.
I do
Okay.
see how you guys
their
can
job.
panic so
Child
quickly about anything.
soldiers.
If that's what your brain does to try to figure out how to eat pizza, so you can say that's what lefties are doing, no wonder you're all a bunch of fucking cowards. I get it now. Thank you. Good to know, everyone.
Pause. Coward?
Yes.
Substantiate
Like,
your claims, Gabby.
The trans kids are coming. The women are voting. Ah! It is Armageddon, and it is here.
Mm.
Fun,
The,
fun
the
times.
coward. Okay. I'll just let that one
substantiate
slide.
your claim. I love it.
Fun.
Oh,
True.
Um,
True. We're
Scott's
not even
not a
talking
fan.
about the fact that you're harming yourself if you eat pizza. Like pizza's just bad for you.
Isn't it a vegetable in the United States?
Yes.
It's part
yes,
of the
it's a
food
vegetable.
pyramid. It's part of the
Don't-
food pyramid.
I think it was like on the bottom of the food pyramid.
It might be in
at some point,
Canada too.
right?
I don't know. I don't follow the Canadian
The
food
food
guy.
pyramid. The food pyramid is such a crock of shit. Like they had a what was
Yeah.
it? They had a recent White House meeting where they got like all of the in September where they got all of the kind of like the NGOs and government, a lot of governmental organizations as well to like try and like stop food scarcity and educational diet and nutrition. And the person that was leading it had published research from was it like Tufts University or something where like it said the worst and most unhealthy things for you were like eggs, meat, and said at the very top was like frosted mini wheats are like super healthy, and even said that eggs substitute cooked in seed oil was way healthier for you than just like an egg cooked in butter. It was the craziest shit ever, and I was like, how are these people still in charge of like determining food policy? Like this is just
Mini
batshit
wheats was
insane.
like extremely high on that list.
Yeah, what was it? Lucky Charms was like considered like something you should eat more of and encourage people to eat because it's a healthy thing to eat. And it's literally just sugar. It was insane. It was batshit insane.
I think that's actually a point for like conservatives when they talk about like how we get these messages pushed on children, and we're all just supposed to repeat them, even like including health messages, right? Like relating this to COVID, and that like this is a practically government backed, right? Like, I mean, the food pyramid, Like it was just everywhere, right? And it was all bullshit in the end, right? None of it made any sense. So like I feel like that's a point for conservatives to say that you actually cannot trust these authorities here with your health.
Well, I think the weird thing about like
time.
being a millennial, right, or like probably Gen Xers too, is that like I think we like when I was a kid, like we lived in a world where like most people actually trusted that, which was even weirder. You know what I mean? Like I think we now live in a world with like the internet and so many like echo chambers that people have. They have their own narrative. They have their own version of the world that they live in. But like when I was a kid, it was just like, obviously the food pyramid is right. And like marijuana will like cause you to hit little girls on bicycles if you smoke it. All right. Like it was just
specifically little girls. You'll
it's
avoid
a
those.
famous it's a famous ad. It was a famous ad with like a little girl on a tricycle and like some stoners like run into her.
You'll swerve to move to avoid the boys. You'll go right after the girl.
I mean, fucking.
That's interesting.
That's weed for you.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that commercial. Might be before my time, but like,
I do remember like the eggs in the frying pan and like throwing against like the wall or something like that. That's what I
I've
remember.
seen that.
This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah, this is your brain on drugs. Don't smoke marijuana. Yeah.
I think they were running that for a long time. They were running that for a very long time.
Hey, I want to dare metal.
That one,
okay?
Another famous one was
Did
the one with the dog.
I did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the dog. Do you remember the dog that talked to you?
Yeah,
I
isn't
was
that
like-
McGruff?
Jeff McGruff.
No, the little dog commercial where it was like, Sally, I don't like you when you smoke marijuana. And she's like watching her dog talk to her and be like, I don't like you. You don't seem like yourself. And it was just like the weirdest fucking commercial. It's like, dude, what are you smoking? I want some.
What the fuck? I remember because I didn't have TV in the evangelical cult I was in, so I remember the first time in a doctor's office I saw the Kool-Aid commercial and I was deeply traumatized. Just like burst into a room and there were bricks everywhere and like my brain was like, how did the glass pitcher not break? I was homeschooled, so I was kind of dumb, But there was that one, and then I remember seeing an X-Files banner, and I saw Gillian Anderson on there, and I realized I was going to hell. And it turns out I'm bi, not gay, but I was like, oh, yep, I'm going to hell because I saw her, and I was like, I wonder what it's like to like cook for her or cuddle and read a book together.
That is a
We've
very
all
interesting
wondered that.
thought process.
Yeah, right.
I was homeschooled.
How is it like to prepare a meal for this person?
All right.
I
It's
was
very
in.
It's a very homeschool.
But, okay,
thought.
but hold on. I was a girl in an evangelical, religious, conservative cult. Obviously, cooking is what we're supposed to do. We also did ditch digging, but you didn't.
How is it like to
recognize
clean
it.
for this person?
Exactly.
Do the
exactly.
dish.
How's it like
I
to
quit for a
do the dish
reason.
with the mafia.
But yeah, if I had seen the marijuana commercial, I probably would have been all, America's going to hell in a ham basket. The Lord's gonna come back and save us all. Yeah, I probably would have been like that if I'd seen that commercial.
Last question, because now I gotta know because he mentioned it. How do you win a dare medal, please?
You write a paper on drugs and their effects better than everyone else in the school, and then you get to go up in front of everybody and read your paper off to all of the kids and their parents. And you demonstrate that you know more about drugs than any other kid in the school.
Were
Do
you
you have to
homeschooled?
do
Mike?
that
The only
for
thing,
your
the,
dare
the only thing that would have made that better when you said I want a dare medal is if you were like had like were smoking weed or something like that while you said that, right?
Look, now I want
Like I said, I want a dare medal, and then just
Do you still have
I
it?
have it. I do have it somewhere. I moved when I moved. It's probably in a box somewhere. But yeah, it's
Is it like
a
something you
little-
can wear?
Yeah, it's like a small like circular medallion, and it's got like a ribbon on it. And
Dare was
yeah,
such a
they
failure.
walked up on stage.
you-
They gave it to me and everything.
Did you do the drugs to find out what drugs were actually like, though? Like,
No, I just Googled.
Yeah.
It was very easy.
So, like, do you have the speech anywhere, or do you remember it, the speech at least?
Oh god, it was third grade. I do not remember.
watch out. Prime is
it.
going to ask you to read it for us.
I knew
I
you
I
were
was going
square.
to.
If I find
knew
it,
it.
if I find it somewhere, I'll let you know because I'm sure it got printed off.
Prime's
and
just
my
trying to
mom
learn a
keeps
little bit about
everything I've ever
drugs,
done
you know.
as a kid. So
You look
I'll
like the
for it.
backbone of America, like like patriot kid anyway, so I do not doubt this at all. Now I see.
What you don't want to do is be in the military, and then when they're having like the drug class, right? Be like, does anyone know what Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC is? And my dumbass raised my hand. I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. Like, what is it? I'm like, it's chemically altered THC 9, Delta 9, and then they're like, you're right. How'd you know that? I've got friends
in the DEA who like hunt down those criminals who use that. But like, like, did you like go like full like like a marijuana or was it marijuana panic? What's that old movie? The marijuana.
Reefer Madness.
Reefer Madness. Yeah, did you go Reefer Madness on it?
Yes.
No, it was actually very informative, and all of it was like fact based. And I actually disagreed with one of the DARE instructors because they made what I still believe to be one of the dumbest points to ever tell, like even telling kids, right? It was one of the dumbest points where we were given an activity. This was before the paper, but it was like they give you a class and then you write a paper, and then whoever wins the paper gets the medal. But during the class, they were like, okay, so can anyone like list me in order like what you think the most dangerous drugs are, right? And so like I have the list, and I'm like, okay, what's like of the pre-selected list? Heroin, it's pretty dangerous, right? So I put that up on top, right? Cocaine, methamphetamines are pretty dangerous. And then at the end, the teacher, it was over, and the teacher said, what's the answer? They're all equally dangerous, depending on how much you do. Because if you do a whole bunch of marijuana, it's just as dangerous as heroin. And I just was shaking my head, and like some of the other kids were like telling the teacher that I was shaking my head, and I was just disagreeing, and it was really awkward because like eventually the teacher just said we have to move on now. And I was I was an angry third grader, I guess, at the time.
No, they're absolutely right. Like this is true for any chemical. If you do a whole bunch of oxygen, you can have oxygen poisoning, right?
Yeah, but
so that's just as dangerous as cocaine, right?
But here's the thing, though: if you're gonna smoke weed, if you're gonna smoke weed, listen, you're gonna be like laid out on the couch, lost your lighter, don't know where your weed went, and then way before you'll smoke too much weed, it's gonna become an actual health issue.
Yeah, I don't recommend any drugs, but I mean, let's be honest. Like there are some that are much more dangerous than others, right? We have the very top leftism. And then below that's fentanyl, and then heroin.
Pretty much.
Wait, where's alcohol? I think
near the bottom. Near the bottom. Somewhere
yeah, I think your bias is showing, Lactoid. I think you're heavily showing.
For the Canadian in the room,
okay.
I want you to go Google 18th Amendment, and look what happened the last time we talked about alcohol in America. We don't want to do that again. Like leave the liquor alone.
And I want to say, oxygen poisoning is a real thing. I didn't make that up. All right, just putting it out there.
So it's water intoxication. You can
OD on
water.
Is all like breathing is dangerous.
Believe it or not, the number one reason that people die during college fraternity hazing rituals is from drinking too much water and drowning.
Overhydration.
Because a bunch of drunk fucking like college fraternity bros are like, you're not gonna die from being forced to drink too much water when they're hazing. And then people drown and die from
also
being
causes brain
too much
swelling.
water. Yeah.
That's water intoxication. You basically dilute your blood.
Yep.
Pretty fucking scary, dude. Holy shit.
Like you vasodilate to such a degree that like you get swelling everywhere and your body can't respond any longer.
Yeah, your salts gets all
pressure. Yeah, and you create pressure in the brain. Like it's a cascading effect that is a horrible way to die.
Okay.
I mean, there have been, I think, some radio contestants who have pretty awful.
But yeah, for those contests, to win a prize, like they're like, oh, just drink water.
It's harmless. And it's like, drink this entire 5-gallon jug of water in 2 minutes.
Okay, so we'll get started. We're waiting on one other person, but hopefully they haven't responded to me, but hopefully they'll be here. Hello all. Thanks for being here. This is a Revy Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of individuals here. Happy to have them. If you're liking the content so far, like we were just bullshitting just now, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you're not going live. We do this all the time. You don't want you to miss out on any of the content. All right. So let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for daring to be better.
Of course. Yeah,
daring to be brave.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. I'm a Dare medal recipient. I know that carries a lot of weight in this community. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, Discord, and Twitch.
Like, you should like put that on your resume.
Well, I'm sure it was like in when I was, mock applying for stuff. Like, hey, I got a fucking medal. It was my
I
only
don't
medal
do
at the time,
drugs.
so it was very important to me at the time.
I dare you to drug test me.
And a cop gave it to me, nonetheless.
A cop? It's like it's better and better. Like, we gotta dig into this. Please, if you find that,
If I find it, I'll bring it on stream, I promise you. And I know I still have it because I remember seeing it too when I was packing. So I definitely have it. I will
Oh, awesome. Nice. All right. So we have our friend Scott, who is like a wanted criminal of Dare, right? It's like, if you see this man, shoot on sight. Scott, thank you for being here.
So I would say, don't do crack, don't do heroin. Pretty much everything else is up for grabs, and you should try it.
Not fentanyl.
Okay, don't do opioids. Do I need to like fucking name the family? All right, like I'm allergic to doxycycline. If anyone's curious, but like that
Don't do
doesn't mean
penicillin
that I'm gonna.
if you have an allergy.
But that doesn't mean I'm gonna try fucking penicillin. All right. So, anyways, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us pretty much everywhere: YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, as Fabian Liberty. Anarcho-capitalist, which means I shit on everybody, but mostly just the state.
Thank you. We have our friend Aiko back with us. Aiko, how are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
All right.
Hi, I'm Knockout Rich. I'm not really streaming yet, but I guess you can find me on Twitter at this handle. Down here in Texas, I'm a debate coach.
He's been promising to stream a little ever since I met him months ago.
Yeah, one day. I'm off this week. Maybe I'll start setting things up.
All right. Look forward to that, actually. I think it would actually be pretty interesting. So we have the Sprouticus back with us, right? Sprouticus, thanks for stopping by. We haven't had you here for like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And that separation hurt, and let's not do it ever again, okay? Let's always be together. Thanks for being here, friend.
What would the stream do without?
Yeah, I think I was
Sprouticus?
gone for 2 weeks. You know what? I do believe last week I accepted an invite to the show and was told it was full. I do believe that's what happened. I need to go check the record, but DMs will be leaked after the debate. But I do appreciate the time to be here. Love debating, so you can find me at twitch.tv and twitter.com/thesprouticus.
Okay, that's exactly what happened. Thank you, Sprouticus, for continuing to sub our invites here. We have Corey. Corey, thanks for coming through. Thanks for adding an international flavor here. Like being the exotic one.
Oh yeah, super exotic.
Corey, thanks for being around.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Always excited to be here and always grateful to be invited on with my fellow Canuck, Lactoid. I think we had 3 Canadians last week with Amanda, but I guess we can get by with 2. I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a scientist, PhD candidate in biochemistry. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell, 84. I cover science, news, and do workout streams. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell, and looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stabby, who we haven't had here in a very long time. Stabby, thanks for coming through. We've had trouble like scheduling, but we finally made it happen today, and I'm really excited to have you again, especially since like you get like your little, since you like to fight. You're definitely welcome.
Awesome. Thanks for having me here. Sorry it took me so long. I had COVID and then everything kept happening, and I'm letting the HVAC guy out of my house. So if I disappear, I swear to God, I'll catch up and I'll just be quiet and listen. But the boiler wasn't working for a week and it was below freezing. So our landlord panicked. So I apologize if I disappear. It's not out of disrespect. It's because like he's still here because we've replaced almost everything. But I know how to fix a boiler now, everybody, which is fucking fucking awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I'm glad things are getting set up at your place. Last but not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie back with us again. Always happy with his kind, sharing his time with us, right? Because he does it so often. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. Topic 1. American rural hospitals are in crisis. Over the past decade, they've been closing at an alarming rate, leaving residents without medical care at a reasonable distance. In Mississippi, one of the poorest states in the union, within one of its poorest counties, a rural hospital is struggling to stay open. Management has said that it's unlikely that the hospital will make it past 2023 unless a massive change occurs. How would you tackle this issue? Should hospitals be subject to profitability pressures? Should the state do direct cash injections to keep such crucial institutions afloat? Or should hospitals close if they aren't nimble enough to adjust to tough times? So yeah, I mean, if you're within these political spaces, you've probably heard this before. Rural hospitals are in crisis. They are disappearing. And like even this particular article I was looking at, they were talking about hospitals that actually did close and did shut down, right? So it's leaving just a very few ones in an area. When they go, right, people have to travel long distances to get care, and as you know, sometimes like time is of the essence, and so that distance equals lives lost. So yeah, I'm curious what you all think about this. We'll start with Lactoid.
Yeah. So hospitals, just like any other consumer good facility or establishment, should be subject to profitability pressures. We're looking here, it seems as though this hospital in particular did make a couple poor financial decisions. An article said it's right now currently paying $100,000 a month on a Medicare loan, and the estimates are that it will need $5 to $10 million to stay open until next summer, when the problem will start all over again. Although I honestly don't even know how this math works out, given that the hospital lost $2 million last month. Somehow it's predicting it's not going to keep losing that much money. I don't really know how, but I guess they're optimistic. Several private banks have offered to step in and help keep the hospital afloat. But another issue is that the hospital needs to wait for city and county officials to assist in obtaining those resources. I don't know why. I don't know if they're having difficulty with that. The articles did make it seem so. But regardless of that specific hospital, I think on the broader point, you're not entitled to the labor of other people. And if the staff of a hospital demand a particular wage to do the work that they do, then that sucks for the hospital. That's what they need to be paid. We understand this when it comes to the demand of the worker. The hospital is then obligated to collect that money from those who are serviced and who should either pay for their services just like any other good or service or work off their debt. Other examples include food. Food is a necessity, but people should still pay for their food. Same with medical care. Simply having a want strong enough that that person may consider it a need does not mean you are entitled to the people's bodies or their labor. If the hospital can't survive the market, it should close. And I think if it did close, you would see an opportunity there for something better.
Okay, interesting. There's already going to be a fight. Like I'm loving it. I can feel it already. Thank you, Scott. Please.
I'm so glad that I've been here to yellow pill Lactoid even more, because that is
Stop pissing
yes
on
to
it,
everything. Yes to everything you just said. I would like to add a couple of more things. One of the big reasons, why is this occurring, right? Well, this is occurring because the community has been hollowed out in terms of the job market. Manufacturing has left this area. And so it is the people that live there responsibility to either move to where the jobs are or to create some other form of economic incentive for there to be the money to support a hospital. The other thing that I want to point out is Mississippi is one of the states that still has CON boards, certificate of need boards. One of the major reasons why hospitals have such difficulty being profitable in America are these specific boards. If you want to build a new hospital, let's say a doctor, a psychiatrist, like a general practitioner, a psychiatrist, a couple of ER nurses, and a few people want to get together and kind of like create a small patient care facility that can service minor needs for the community to reduce burdens and to be profitable. Well, they have to not only get permission from Mississippi, but actually they have to file thousands of pages of paperwork, then announce to the community that they're going to do this. Then they have to wait months so that they can have a board. And then that board allows the community to come in and voice their opinions. And then the board is going to vote on whether or not this is allowable. And then hundreds of pages of documents and rules and regulations will go through different payment processes, different things that you have to do, different construction techniques that you have to use. And you have to justify the need for your little thing for you so that you can ultimately be told you can't start this profitable business because a hospital already exists. This is the fucking problem, is that government comes in, puts massive amounts of bureaucracy and red tape on these institutions, makes it overly expensive, and then destroys the community's access to a hospital. And then they go, see, we caused this problem. Don't we just need more socialism? Don't we just need to steal wealth from other people and destroy the American economy so that we can prop up this system that we fucked up in the first place? And so the right answer is just like the very end of the article said, bitch, move to Baltimore where you have family and Johns Hopkins is, and get rid of certificate of need boards, period.
Wow. Okay. Aiko, please.
Okay, just to that point though, I have talked to doctors about I don't know these doctors in particular, but my doctor told me about a doctor friend of his that doesn't accept any insurance whatsoever, and that allows his clinic to charge much lower rates for the services that he does provide. So if people who are uninsured go to him, they can actually pay reasonable rates for a lot of the services that they create. I don't know how it's worked because I haven't talked to that doctor since the establishment of that clinic, but it was an interesting idea, and I think that might specifically be an idea that you could use in rural areas particularly, because there are several things that we know about rural areas. One is we know that that older people are involved disproportionately in rural areas. So you have a lot more retirees. Maybe it's a dying town, and the people that have remained are older and the younger people have moved out. There are a lot of explanations as to why that might be. But there's something else too that we know. So I don't know about this particular hospital that you talked about in your article because it was in Louisiana, and Louisiana expanded Medicaid in 2016, which is about 5 years later than the first states that did. However, I have read studies that show that that Medicaid expansion states, rural hospitals are dying out everywhere, but in Medicaid expansion states, they're dying out more slowly than in the other ones. And so maybe we need to look at why that is, what it is about increasing insurance availability to the populations of rural areas where there aren't massive populations. So everyone that you add can make a difference in terms of being able to create enough revenue to support a hospital. I don't know. Also, maybe there's an inherent advantage to having a population density that can support hospitals, and maybe some sort of revenue sharing system would be in order, especially within networks of hospitals that sort of share the same financials.
Did you say the hospital in the article was in Mississippi? Or are you referring to a different hospital?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, for some reason I thought it was Louisiana. No, Mississippi still hasn't expanded Medicaid, so that makes more sense then.
Yeah. Next, Spartacus, please.
So yeah, I think that hospitals should be given money by the government to be in certain areas, because there's just that profit margin you're not gonna be able to meet if you have a hospital in a really rural area, to where you're gonna have a lot less people come to visit the hospital. And so the government should have a scaling, basically a scaling flow of money, to where if you're going to go out to these really rural areas, we're going to give you guys this much money per year to work with, because we know that you guys are getting the patients that these other hospitals are. We know it's going to be tougher for you to be able to be capitalistic in this market. We understand that, but there's also this need for people to be able to see medical care when they need to see medical care. So the government should be in charge of it. They should be in charge of that and should push companies to put hospitals out in rural areas to know, for the company to know it'd still be beneficial, they would still profit off it, and that they wouldn't need to garner the amount of customers they currently would have to without this idea.
Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep it short because I think the fight will be a little bit later on. But I think this is where maybe the United States can take a page out of Canada's playbook, not hockey playbook, but maybe healthcare playbook. Of as I think I mentioned on a previous panel, hospitals in Canada, at least in my experience, basically they don't close. I did not say the healthcare in Canada is perfect, but they don't close, as far as I can tell. And I would say hospitals are not or healthcare in general, not a consumer good, a public good, or if you want to specify it in hospitals, I would also use the same identifier. Hospitals should not be subject to profitability pressures, where, yes, again, taking a page out of Canada's playbook, the federal government explicitly transfers healthcare money to the provinces, as in me in Quebec. Quebec gets money from the federal government specifically for healthcare purposes. And so I'm not opposed to direct cash injections. And lastly, there's actually one thing that Lactoid said that I do agree with, where I think he said something along the lines of if the hospital closed, then you'll see an opportunity to open up. But I think he's sort of leaving out something. I would agree. If the hospital does close, once the bodies start piling up, then yes, I think you'll see an opportunity open up for something to come in. And I'll keep it there for now.
Thank you so much. Okay. Let's go to Stabby, please.
So, here where I live, it's a well-established city, 68,000 people. But one of the problems we had, the city I grew up, the one horse hick town that I came from, we had a regional hospital problem. One of the things we did is we opened up Flight for Life, and that was done with funding from the state of Colorado. And Flight for Life has actually helped us quite a bit. We not only can get people to the next city over, but we can also get them to Denver very quickly. In fact, our Flight for Life has actually brought several women from Texas already during bans and people being confused about what to do if they're suffering a miscarriage.
Is that a helicopter service or something? I don't
Yes,
know what
Flight for Life.
Is.
Yeah, it's a fully outfitted helicopter filled with everything, and it is expensive. But the thing is, that was one of the investments to the point where we can still, thanks to federal funding of these hospitals and Flight for Life, we can still save people's lives because it is a public interest to keep people healthy. It is a public interest to make sure that they have access to healthcare and that we aren't dealing with, people who are showing up with things we saw in the 1890s. Somebody should not have a car accident and then later find out their leg is gangrenous because they have a brake that is slowly leaking and they're trying to, wrap it themselves or something. We don't want to do things like that. So what we did is we used Flight for Life to help us out. Flight for Life has helped us get women from Texas now, even with some of the bans and the confusion surrounding that, so that we can save their fertility and their lives if they're suffering a miscarriage and any kind of medical help could be seen as an abortion and get people thrown in jail. So they're sending them here. It's helping us keep these hospitals open. And I do think that we need to keep the hospital open. It's weird. I think it's really, really weird that the right wing has just now sat there and said, they'll always talk about the rural America. They'll always talk about, urban problems. And now they're telling everybody to move to Baltimore. Figure your shit out. This health issues are not something you just put on your little patchouli lavender oil and be all oh, it cured my mind and body. And, just grow up. This is a public health interest. I also want to point out really quickly before handing it over to Doobie that Fabian Liberty Scott was describing how one would set up a small clinic and how one would deal with that small clinic. And I really love that he put it that way because he just described how AMR, the American Medical, the ambulance structure and the private industry that no longer exists, that's exactly how they failed. So do some reading up on AMR services. It used to be every ambulance company, rural or a giant urban area, and they no longer exist for exactly the same things that were being quoted by Fabian Liberty Scott. So just go ahead and go read up on that if you're watching this, and you can see how private industry failed in a very public sector that is now thriving as soon as we melded it to fire departments. So I'll let Doobie go now. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fantastic. Thank you for that, especially you're going to prove Scott wrong. We have all the time in the world for that. Let's go to our friend Doobie, please.
So first off, the population of this town specifically, the Greenwood, Mississippi, has dropped by almost 25% since like 1990, I think it is, or no, it's actually the year 2000. It's even worse. So almost 25% since the year 2000, right? So it doesn't seem like they need the big hospital. Maybe they need a smaller hospital to serve the smaller population. There are tons of clinics in the area, medical doctors, practicing medical doctors. And Google them. They're all over the fucking city. Right? So it's not like they need to drive out 40 minutes to get any kind of healthcare. They can get healthcare within the city that all these clinics exist. But it seems like if you make the decision to live in a small town, 14,000 people, just how many people live in this town, maybe you just need to abandon the idea that you're going to have the big hospital experience, right? Because your town doesn't need a big hospital. It needs a small hospital because it has a small population. That seems reasonable. And again, the other hospitals nearby, I think the one that's closest is like 40 minutes. Well, shit, if you need to drive 40 minutes for an appointment or a surgery or whatever, hey, this is what happens if you want to live in a rural place. You don't get the big city treatment of having everything nearby.
What if you need to drive? What if you need to drive 40 minutes for life-saving care? It's not always just a doctor's appointment. It's not always just a surgery. Sometimes it is life-saving care. And so in that event, clinics can't do life-saving care. A regular doctor's office can't do life-saving care. Even an urgent care center can't do life-saving care.
Yeah, they would probably have them airlifted out and flown to the hospital that can handle them. Right?
So
if they need
please
to get
explain to me where the helicopter is that they're going to use to fly them to the hospital, or are they going to have to wait for the helicopter to come for the big hospital?
Small hospitals, but they got a fleet of helicopters.
Wait, hold on, not a fleet. Hold on, I don't think you guys are being reasonable. So you're telling me that you believe that they need a fleet of helicopters to service
they would need at least
population
one.
of 14,000? Sure. But maybe a county nearby has a helicopter that can get there and pick them up and then swoop off with them.
So then you have to wait for the helicopter to get to where you're at.
Yes.
You're still dying.
Which is how it works.
And then you get the helicopter.
Which is how it works in other places.
I really hope you got 45 minutes to live, my man, because you're not seeing shit for 45 minutes, okay?
What you're essentially saying, Sprout, is that if somebody makes a decision to live out in the woods somewhere, right? If they don't have a hospital within like 20 minutes or 15, no, not even 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, then they're being underserved somehow. No, they made a decision to live far away from the population center, so they don't get access to the shit that's in the population center quickly. They ask them to take a drive to get there.
But there's no reason to make it unnecessary. There's no reason to make it unnecessary like burdens for them to go to the hospital. There's no reason for unnecessary burdens. Of course, you're not going to need a massive hospital, but you're going to need a place that can perform life-saving care. And if they can't perform it, then they can transfer you to a different hospital that can perform life-saving care.
There are other clinics in the area with hospital beds, with doctors who can perform life-saving care.
Yes, maybe if they need to wait for the helicopter to get to where you're at.
They specifically need something that's at the big hospital. It's in the big building, but it's not any of the small clinics for some reason. They need something like that.
45 minutes. I think we got 45 minutes.
Then yes, they're going to need it. They're going to need either to be airlifted or they're going to need to drive. Okay, yes.
That's Corey.
Well, I just want to ask a question. Like, again, I'm ignorant of boots on the ground United States experience, but from what I understand of what I gather from the article, this is generally pretty much like a very impoverished and underserved community. And to what Dewey was saying is they could just move away. From what I sort of understand, or maybe sort of implicitly assume of it's not so easy for them to move, and they're there for generations. I assume most families have a long history in that community, for a reason, just because it's probably very difficult to escape. But that could be a false assumption on my part.
It's not
so it's really interesting.
Hold on,
you use this term underserved, right? And what I love about that word is that it sneaks in your abhorrent philosophy into it, because they're not underserved. They're served exactly.
Wait, can you look up underserved
market.
in the dictionary? Can you just go to dictionary.com? Can you show me where underserved?
I would, but you told me to take. I'm already following one of your demands, which was to take a book out of Canada's healthcare policy. So I've already got one definition.
I have no problem with medical assistance in dying. We can talk about that too.
I like one at a time, right? So when you say underserved, there's this implication that they have a right to certain things, right? That they have a right to be served, and that 33 minutes, as one person described it, is against their basic human rights of their ability to a hospital. Which the problem with that is where are you drawing this arbitrary distinction? Does every human being in America need to be within 15 minutes of a hospital? Are we going to
Within
build
5?
Right? Are we going to build, like 50,000 hospitals? Where are we going to get the doctors? Because like we're not going to get them from Canada because Canada's bleeding doctors, right? Like, are we going to bring in like a fleet of Mexican doctors to like and open up our immigration policy so that we can staff 50,000 hospitals in America? Like, it's a stupid fucking point, right? Like the at the end of the day is the community doesn't have money and they've bled jobs and now they're bleeding people. And if you want the community, if you want to live in a community that has a hospital within 10 minutes, then you need to move to a population center. Like, it's that fucking simple. And the woman gives her advice right at the very end. She said, well, I might move to my family in Baltimore because I know John Hopkins isn't going to close anytime soon.
Why don't you just move to, unclaimed territory to have your Ancapistan utopia? Like, why don't you just move?
That's a stupid.
Literally all unclaimed territory in the entirety of the world as it sets right now is 7 square kilometers. That is
there's Liberland, very small, and you even brought up yourself.
Corey, there's no reason to bring up the ANCAP thing. What he just said works within the current system. Like all of his points make sense within the current system. We can't set 50,000 fucking hospitals across the country.
We don't have to.
We don't have to.
The
average
wait. So
that's what he said. I'm repeating what he said to you, right? So he said bring up ANCAP. I know he's an ANCAP and it's funny, but there's no reason to bring it up right now. Just tell us why you think. So if there's a community, and there are communities in the United States of like 500 people, 600 people. Does this get a fucking massive hospital because there's a community there?
So Pew Research, I'm going to throw facts here. Per Pew Research, the South Atlantic, 13.3 minutes away from a hospital by car average. Middle Atlantic, 11.7 minutes away. New England, 13.0 minutes away. East North Central, 12.4 minutes away. East South Central, 14.2. West South Central, 12.3.
You don't need to read this all off. What are you trying to prove with this?
13.7, 11.4, and 11.4. What you're looking at is you're looking at there's only one that's above 15 by 0.8 minutes. So that's the West North Central at 15.8. So you're not adding 50,000 hospitals or some asinine number like that to make everyone within a 15-minute by car.
Wait, that's an average.
You're talking about averages.
That is average.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is you're not adding 50,000 hospitals. That's not going to happen. It's an unnecessary number and it's exaggerated to try and prove your point. But most of the country, as it is, has an average right now of less than 15 minutes.
This is how we know that
average.
You know about
We're
THC,
talking about like rural town.
because you must be smoking something to come up with an argument
I'm
that
definitely
says
smoking something.
I'm going to use averages that include people living in fucking cities.
There are people that are
how many
We're
hospitals-
talking about rural towns with fucking. Some of these towns have populations under 1,000 people.
Oh shit!
Right, this is included in your average.
Are you going to build 15 hospitals in Appalachia? Like, what are you talking about?
So there are
Scott. We need those hospitals.
So there are people that are outliers. You're going to have outliers, right? But the large majority is not going to take 50. For the large majority, listen, don't talk. Listen, I know, wrong hole. I get it. It's hard for you to figure that out. So, the large majority, it's not going to take 50,000 hospitals to do that.
Yeah. So
we're not talking about the large majority. We're talking about the rural minority.
Jump in. All right. So medical deserts in the United States. I'm going to read straight off the Wikipedia
it's another
article,
desert,
right? It's a great. Yes, it's another desert. We found another desert.
These fucking deserts.
Oh my god.
So the United States has many regions which have been described as medical deserts, with those locations featuring inadequate access to one or more kinds of medical services. That's going to set our friend Scott off. An estimated 30 million Americans, many in rural regions of the country, live at least a 60-minute drive, an hour, from a hospital with trauma care services. Limited access to emergency room services as well as medical specialists lead to increases in mortality rates and long-term health problems such as heart disease and diabetes, right? So you guys get who we're talking about here. So we can come up with simple standards, right? Like, so our friend Scott here, right, wants to make set some impossible standard that no one else is actually trying to meet, right? To say that we'd have to have 50,000 hospitals. No, we don't have to do all that, right? We can simply say that within this region, right, for a certain amount of population, we should have some sort of medical center that can, specifically that can do trauma care, right? That's one of the big things, right? Like if you can't get trauma care within a certain amount of time, then you're obviously dead. So it doesn't. You could even start with just like trauma care services, right? Like a small hospital that just has trauma care services, rather than like some sort of large, big city type of setup, right? And just make sure that across the country, just like how we kind of like district. Like we have a certain amount of people within a district. We do that every 10 years. We can do that with hospitals to make sure that people have the care that they need. No, we don't have to ensure that people who are living in literally bumfuck nowhere, right, in a single cabin, have immediate access. If you're looking at an entire region and looking at the amount of population there, then you can start making calculations. These things are easily done. We can accomplish these things.
Prime
right?
Do you believe that healthcare is a human right?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
So why is it that you're now saying, well, we'll only deny rights to certain rural people? Because you believe it's a right. You believe everyone should have a right to it. So why are we not building a hospital or at least trauma care within 15 minutes of every human that lives in America?
That's not a standard that I set, so whatever, right?
Wait,
so I'm saying that.
Well, no, you just said it was a human right. Why are you denying those people rights?
I did say it was a human right, absolutely. I'm saying though, the way for practicality purposes, what we could do is set up like a medical like region, right? We could just divide the country into like medical districts, and see like how much medical care is available for a certain number of population centers. That's how we could do it. And that's a practical way of looking at this.
Okay,
right, so we'll have incremental socialism, but we'll still be denying people rights because you believe that it's a human right.
You could, keep trying it. It's not going to work. Keep going. What are you saying, DB?
To be clear, I do want incremental universal healthcare, right?
Oh,
but
nice try.
But really quickly, so Prime, so what you said actually makes sense, right? Smaller hospital that can provide some kind of trauma care, etc. Like that makes sense. But if I don't know if you've looked at this hospital, then what we're talking about, it's a pretty large hospital for a very small town, right? So if they just got rid of this location, downsized to something more reasonable for the city, the town that they're in, that makes sense. I have no fucking problem with that. I don't think that we should be funneling money to something this large when it seems like the community just doesn't need it, and it's and maybe the fact that they are not able to keep their doors open, not able to pay their bills, is an indication that the overhead here is too much. Right? They have like over 500 employees, almost 300 beds, a really large fucking hospital for a small town. Right. So they just need to downsize.
So this one should fail.
I might be able to agree with you, but I'm not super familiar with this entire medical landscape that's there. So people travel, right? So maybe for this specific town, yes, that hospital might be too big, especially since it's shrunk so much, right? You pointed it out. So that's actually very helpful, but people travel from other surrounding towns, right? And it becomes like a nexus. So maybe if we were to divide things up, then it would make sense to keep this particular hospital around because it services many people outside of the city limits or the county limits. So that could be the case. Or but maybe we might have to downsize it. It could go either way.
Well, so in my research before the panel, so I actually checked, right, if there are any other hospitals in the area that could service these people. There are multiple hospitals in the area. Actually, they're in the state, just FYI, I looked it up really quickly. There is an air care helicopter force, locations all over the state that services the entire state. So yeah, they could airlift people from this place to somebody else, hypothetically, right? But that being said, there are like 3 or 4 other hospitals. I think they're all like 40 minutes out, right? So yeah, if you're coming from another town, you might get stuck in this place somehow, 40 minutes from these other hospitals, and it makes more sense to go to this one. But still, it seems like even in that situation, you're not going to have hundreds of people stuck in this hospital on these beds. right? And if that did start happening, there'd probably be like a massive health problem in the community, and they would need to involve the other hospitals anyway. So it just seems like they just need to downsize. This one should fail, be replaced with something more competitive, much more suited to the community.
The problem is the amount of government intervention that is required in terms of building new hospitals. So there can't be competition in the market because they're priced out of the market, because Mississippi is a certificate. They have con board, right? So it takes a lot of capital investment to deal with all of the bureaucratic red tape that is very expensive and takes a lot of time in order to build a hospital. So like if someone wanted to come in, if you got rid of con boards, just con boards alone, much less all of the other regulations on healthcare. It's one of the most regulated industries in America. But if you just were allowed to come in the market and say, look, this hospital sucks. They have the lights on. They're wasting money for this giant facility, right? They just got rid of, what is it? Their neonatal and pregnancy care center, right? They got rid of some things, but they're wasting money on all these things. So I'm going to create a much smaller model with a much smaller building that's cheaper rent, that it's cheaper to keep the lights on, et cetera, and compete with this hospital, right? Then you could easily get rid of that hospital with the market without ever having a quote unquote underserved community. But it's the state enforcement and regulation and central planning like Prime Kai's wants that has caused this problem to begin with. Not to mention the fact that they had to get a big loan that just, happened during the pandemic, almost like some of their financial problems might also be the cause of fucking government lockdowns to begin with as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just quickly, Aiko, we can hear whatever you're doing for your hands, like that sound, whatever you're doing. We can hear that, but you want to say something? Go ahead.
Oh yeah. But also you can have some unintended consequences to the profit motive as well. Like if you can take a large hospital and
it's not centrally
downsize
planned.
it.
There's no such thing as unintended consequences from the profit model.
I've talked to friends of mine who are doctors at some larger hospitals, and I've asked them these questions too about rural areas before, because this was a big talking point about 10 years ago when people were talking about Medicaid expansion to begin with and why these rural hospitals were at risk of failing, and all of this was predicted. And a lot of it was that if you start downsizing these hospitals, let's say, you don't necessarily need a neonatal care that's 15 minutes away, so maybe you can get rid of that in a hospital and have people go a further distance away. Problem is those departments might be more profitable, and the trauma center that you'd like to have is less profitable. And so now you've actually made problems worse, not better, because you're closing down areas that are larger profit centers. Or here's an example that happened to my mom. She had a stroke a couple of years ago. We took her. We were actually very close to the hospital. We got there within 5 minutes, and getting there that fast allowed her to get the initial care she needed, and it saved her life. But they needed to get her as fast as possible to a stroke center, and there wasn't one in that hospital. So they put her on a care flight, and they took her into Dallas, it was about an hour before she finally got into where she needed to be through this care flight. Well, turns out, I found out later, that just 3 blocks away from where we were was Presbyterian Hospital, which was an entirely different hospital system. She could have gone there and would have gotten care much faster. But the reason she didn't, as we found out later, was that Baylor wanted to keep her business within the Baylor system. And so she was sent to a hospital further away through a very expensive care flight because they wanted to keep her in the system. Like that to me is like, that's the sort of thing that needs to get fixed.
Capitalism at its finest.
Yeah.
That's an intended consequence though.
If you're in a rural, that's probably true. If you're in a rural area, then getting to the nearest hospital, like that's even more important, because the more profitable hospital to send somebody might be, considerably further away than the nearest hospital or the nearest area that can serve these things. So I think a lot of it has to do with the profit incentive within the system, and also the way in which more profitable areas of hospitals pay for less profitable areas.
Yeah, that's not profit incentive, right? Because the profit incentive would make you disincentivized from doing that, because unless you had some form of prior agreement with your insurance company or contract, that's likely an act of aggression. You should sue, and you should and that should hurt your profits immeasurably when you do something like intentionally prolong the care that you promised to provide in such a way that it could lead to death or permanent damage. So the profit incentive would actually be to go to the nearby hospital, but we have such a mixed market economy that I doubt that. But I mean, of course, mistakes happen. We'll see, but that's not a profit incentive. Like you'd be disincentivized from doing that in a free market.
I mean, this was
Oh.
Baylor. This was Baylor in the Baylor system. She was care flighted an hour away to another Baylor hospital when a competing hospital was nearby.
Yeah, they made a lot of money.
I don't know how they profit from that.
Yeah, but but you're looking at profit. You're looking at profit as well. So long as they stay in the system, we'll make more money off of this transaction, right? But if you make decisions that cause you to get sued because you violated people's rights, and you're going to get a lot less money, and therefore the profit incentive would disincentivize you from doing those actions.
If you get sued, if people understand that they've been wronged, if you are have the reserves, like you have the money to afford a person like Lactoid to do the suing for you, right? Like if all that's the case, then yes, sure.
If there's not something in the waivers that you signed, or if your insurance company says that it's okay for them to do it that way, or even preferred for them to do it that way, there are a lot of different.
Yeah, I mean, if you voluntarily sign something to that'll put you in harm's way, that's your fault.
Yeah, you know, while his
your mom's having a
out.
stroke and they can't care for her until I sign something. I'm gonna stop, like it's like I'm asking whether or not to round up my dollar.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said if you've signed something,
Lactoid if you can get back to him in 2 business days, right?
If you sign something, if you sign something that voluntarily ahead of time says, in the event of an emergency, we reserve the right to keep you within our hospital system, even if there's like a closer such and such. Yeah, that's on you. Now, if you're talking about in the moment, someone wants to try and coerce you into signing care to stay within their system, like that, then we start getting into more complex contract law from a common law perspective of like
dying. That's the coercion.
Right, but
I get what Fabian's saying now. He's saying that when I first bought the insurance, or when my mom first bought the insurance, like, of course, you know, how many of us read the fine print and then are able to project into the future?
You shouldn't sign shit you don't understand.
Going to be.
No one should sign shit they don't understand.
But I assume you don't agree.
Especially
with
if you can't predict the future.
I literally agree to them. It's not how I would run the business, but I agree to them.
Like, that's if you even have a choice, though, right? Because in America, most people get their insurance through their employer, so you might not have a choice there. But I guess they should also find if an employer who has a different insurance plan, right? Who has a proper pay in the industry that you can work with. All those things should happen, right? Every person can probably calibrate their life within this capitalistic system. Sure. But I think that
you should read your insurance plan before you sign shit. Like, I don't think that's a complicated
read it.
thing.
I didn't say that you shouldn't read it, but I'm saying that doesn't mean you necessarily have a choice. If you're getting it through your employer, then what the fuck are you going to do about it? Like, I don't know. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Or that you understand all the ramifications, like 10 years down the line.
On your
they
stream.
Can not hear you.
Yeah. I don't know.
Scott?
I've had a couple of people come in. Like Zonia came in and was like, "Hey, I can't hear you on Prime stream."
In my stream?
Yeah, like I'm like super quiet or something. I don't know.
I can try to pump you up.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'll try to put the volume up a bit. So yeah, hopefully.
But so I do want to address a point that do be made earlier in terms of, like, you know, relocation, et cetera, and maybe allowing the hospital to fail. So like I'm not 1,000% committed to like keeping the hospital open, and like in principle, like I can see, you know, if it's totally as you say, pretty much like it's much bigger than it needs to be, then like totally like scaling it down is like reasonable, and again, like Canada has, I think, pretty like remote and rural areas too, and so while I said that, yeah, generally speaking, hospitals don't close in Canada, but what I would also say is that there's the sort of reciprocal of like, it's also like much rarer for a new hospital to be built. And so like one of the ways that we attempt to, I'm not saying this is the perfect way, but one of the solutions that we have found is like, so in certain areas, in, for example, like the Yukon, like we actually like fly doctors there for a temporary amount of time, saying like, here's your 2-week window to, you know, get whatever you're screening, et cetera, et cetera. Like I can see something like that as like, it doesn't have to be like, you have to absolutely keep the hospital open. I think there are multiple solutions.
Wait, but there are already other clinics in the area. There are private clinics in the area with medical doctors who are practicing who can do that kind of stuff.
You're saying in this town?
In Mississippi, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, in this specific town too. Like there are tons of little clinics around.
Yeah, but from what I understand, sort of as I was alluded to earlier, like the pregnancy unit and like the neonatal intensive care unit was like shut down. And so like I'm not saying like you have to keep the entire infrastructure. Like we also have like there are hospitals that we have in Canada where like, you know, over time like there's been less need for them. We like shut down like, the entire wing of a hospital.
Yeah, so I'm gonna answer your question. So you guys have like you said you have rural areas. So what about what's it called? I'm just looking at it. 1 second.
Yukon, Nunavut, Northwest Territories.
Hazleton, even better. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Population less than 500 people. They do have a hospital, but if you look at it, it's like a clinic. It's very small, a single-story building, very small thing, which it makes sense with the population size. So if there's something more specialized that hospital can't handle, like let's say maybe they're not equipped to handle pregnancy or difficulties in pregnancy, or maybe they're not equipped to handle surgery, or someone gets their fucking spine split in half or something. What would happen? They'd get airlifted somewhere else.
Yeah,
right.
That is true.
Well, this is exactly what would happen in this situation. Like, yeah, so you can have the smaller clinics, the smaller hospitals. If you need something more specialized, yeah, airlift them somewhere else. It's fine.
But if that's there, then they should be able to handle like the basic life-saving care that you would expect of.
What does that mean? What does basic life-saving care mean?
What you would expect to receive in an emergency room. You would expect someone
like
to be able. You would expect someone to be able to treat gunshot wounds. You would expect someone to be able to treat a broken arm.
Rural areas.
You would expect someone to be able to treat a hernia, kidney stone,
so again,
yada yada yada.
There are lots of small clinics in the area, and I'm sure could treat a broken arm, a kidney stone, maybe even a gunshot wound. Right? I don't know about these specific.
So
clinics.
if you have a gunshot wound, you're required to go to an emergency room.
Even if they were to downsize this hospital, they could still, again, keep a functioning hospital with an emergency room that can handle this sorts of emergency situations. All I'm suggesting is that they don't need a hospital this large, and it makes sense to downsize because their population is reduced by almost 25% in the last 20 years.
All I'm suggesting is that they maintain the emergency life-saving care that is needed for that hospital.
Sure, but they don't need a giant.
I'm not saying they couldn't use a downsize. I'm just suggesting that, like, even in a town full of 500, that they should be able to have something relatively close that they can go to and be like, I need life-saving care. I just got shot. I need help.
Sure.
Like, I don't think anyone's making the argument of like, we have to like absolutely maintain this specific infrastructure, given that what you said, and I absolutely take it as true. Like, if the population reduces, like if there's absolutely like no need for it, I don't think anyone's saying like it has to be maintained this way, like in perpetuity type of thing.
There's also another factor here, and that is every hospital has, like I said, profitable parts of their business, but they also have some customers that are more profitable than others. And when they have someone who comes in who's uninsured, and they have to take care of them anyway, then that costs them a certain amount of money, and that money comes out of income that they get from other customers. And if you're in a state like, let's take for instance in Texas, in order to qualify for ACA, like in private insurance, you've got to be above the poverty line, or in some cases 133% or above of the poverty line in order to qualify for that insurance. But here in Texas, in order to qualify for Medicaid, you have to have income that's below 50% of the poverty line, which means from 50% to 100 to 133%, that's called the Medicaid donut hole. Those people have no coverage at all. So when they show up to the hospital can't enroll them in Medicaid, and they're not able to qualify for private insurance plans, subsidized private insurance plans. And so you have this big chunk of the population that comes in that is a cost burden for that hospital. If you're in a state that's expanded Medicaid, then they'll qualify for Medicaid if they're below 133%. And so at that point, you have a lot more rural hospitals that don't have to absorb that extra cost. And so the odds of any given hospital closing goes down.
Wait,
So
Iko,
the problem
if
here,
if you're above the poverty line, like, I'm
Yes.
confused. So, like, if you're above the poverty line, you could just buy insurance, right? If you're above,
Right. But if you're below the poverty line, but above 50% of the poverty line, then you're in the donut hole.
so you're telling me that you can be 50% under, that you can be making half, like, between 0 and the poverty line, you can be making like half that, and
Yes.
all-
Yes. Welcome to the state of Texas. And a lot of states, a lot of conservative states are like that too, like throughout the South. So I'm sure Mississippi's like that too. I just don't know the numbers for Mississippi like I do Texas. But yeah, if you're above 50%, if you're in that donut hole, then you don't qualify for anything. You can't get ACA subsidies and you can't qualify for Medicaid. You're sort of in this limbo. And hospitals have to absorb the cost if they're going to treat you, and they can't turn
and
you
they
away
have
if
to,
it's
yep, they have
life-saving
to treat
treatment.
you.
Yeah, they have to treat you. So that
So-
means basically your local hospital becomes a charity case for you.
the problem with this is it seems like the people that are for helping this hospital are really only looking at the situation in it. And they're not looking at what they're establishing as a moral norm, what they're establishing as into the economy, and like they're consequentialists looking at a freeze frame. It's very strange to me, right? Like, I don't think anyone like on its face, I think most people go, here's a hospital that's dying. Here's 60,000 people that are like being forced by circumstances to drive out to these other hospitals. It's not really a big deal for us to like grab money that's like pennies in the bucket as far as the tax structure is concerned to like maintain these people and like hopefully fix something. And like that sounds good, right? It sounds like like we're helping people out. You're not actually helping anybody. You're hurting people. And the reason you're hurting people is that you're establishing several things. First, you're pulling the hospital system more out of the market, which means the incentive structure of the profit motive is taken away to another degree. This stifles innovation. If a hospital knows that if it starts doing poorly, it can just beg the government for money, then it knows that it doesn't have to figure out ways to reduce healthcare costs. This increases healthcare costs for all of us. Another thing that it does is that it pulls money from all of us, right? Like, we have to recognize that tax money comes from a place, and that tax money comes from a place that stifles GDP because it's money taken away from our pockets. It means less available jobs, lower wages in America, less business growth, higher inflation because GDP is reduced, right? So like monetary inflation is affected. All of these are problems that when you take this money and start injecting it into this system. Meanwhile, a large portion of the problem here is that we don't have a market here. We don't actually have a profit incentive. What you're doing is you're saying socialism caused this problem, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to interject more socialism, and hopefully it won't cause more of the same fucking problem.
Socialism caused this problem. How did socialism cause this problem? I beg your pardon. Did you not go check the AMR like I asked you to?
What I know that you were
didn't
gone
do your
for a long
homework,
while,
Scott.
but I've been participating in this debate.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're charging my system, my entire HVAC system, and my boiler. So I apologize, but it took us that long, and they're just now leaving and having dinner. So, people with jobs, the ones you're saying you want to protect. All right, settle down. Fucking
Okay,
weirdo.
so no, I didn't look at your AMR situation. I don't. What about it? Make your argument.
Well, our AMR situation was the
Mhm.
private situation. Like the cost was so fucking high. The bills were triple what they are now, and they're already pretty bad. EMTs were overworked. EMTs were committing suicide at massive rates. They were crashing the vehicles. They weren't sleeping. We couldn't keep EMTs. We couldn't even get paramedics. And so what we did is we took it as a public service. It's all throughout America now. There is no AMR anymore, okay? It's not the American Medical Response System anymore. And we combined them all to the public sector. And now we have qualified paramedics. You have to be on a waiting list to get this job. Like people are staying. We have good shifts. We have enough workers to handle this, and it's actually less expensive. One of the things about rural hospitals is if you have your emergency service transport vehicles and you have them going several miles away, it ends up becoming more expensive in the long run. And that is a public service. So if people are going to Baltimore for the nearest hospital, what you're actually starting to look at is the public sector service that's already handling the emergency calls now has to go all the way to Baltimore and come back. We're looking at gas problems. We're looking at more shift work that needs to be done. We're looking at overworked EMTs again. We're looking at having to get, drivers that are specifically drivers for this particular thing.
Right. So that was a really long, like, positive, message to, having the state take over this.
No, it took 25 years to fall. It took 25 years to fall.
Okay, but you're not comparing like terms in any way. So your comparison is irrelevant, right? One is one surviving in the market, which is highly regulated. And then the other is one that doesn't have profit. The money is taken from somewhere. So you don't know what the economy would have done in that time period without that taxation, right? So you're taking a variable and just being like, it's magic money, right? Like, no, the money comes from taxes.
Where
right?
did I say
Which is
magic
money taken out of the economy.
No. You just made that up and pulled it out of your ass. Where did I say magic money? I said this is already a publicly funded service. This publicly funded service gets more expensive. If we have to take everybody from the rural town I used to live in and get them all the way over to Denver, which is 4 hours away, in an ambulance, you're looking at something 1,000 times more expensive than actually trying to, invest in the hospital with Flight for Life, invest in the hospital with other transportation services that's to a, closer to a bigger hub. We're going to actually save more money. You're not going to tell me that, let's see, on average, in a month, we have about 780 cases that do this. I used to be a volunteer firefighter here, and I'm EMT certified and hazmat certified before I joined the Army. So there was about 500 then. There's about 780 transport cases where I live out of a town of 68,000 per month. If we have to go more than 500 miles, but about 400 miles from where I live, if we have to go that far to Denver, up Vail Pass, we are looking at loss of life. We are looking at horrendous costs. What we did instead is we started getting Flight for Life, these helicopters that are all tricked out, as actual mobile intensive care units. And we started sending them in lieu of ourselves to the hospitals. They made their money back within 3 years. On top of making their money back within 3 years, now every hospital that's rural, again, we live in the mountains, okay? You don't play on our roads. We spend billions on our roads to keep them open. So our Flight for Life has managed to infuse these hospitals with cash. They have paid it off quickly. And these hospitals are absolutely vital because there are some areas where we would rather risk an avalanche with Flight for Life than actually try to drive there, because you can be 45 miles away from a place and it can take you 3 hours depending on the mountain road we have here. So it actually fucking worked. And we're not taxing the public service, which is the fire department and the transportation services of ambulances, like threefold the cost it would have been to keep the hospital open. Does that make sense?
Right. But again, it doesn't actually address any of my concerns. You're saying that the state was able to implement a program that was more effective than what the market was currently doing in terms of the consequential like outcomes that you're looking at. The problem is that in no way, shape, or form was that not simply a market void in which the private corporations or companies could have been doing the same thing if it was such a great thing that like saved everybody money. And you're saying, well, we're not taxing the services, the EMS services. But where is that tax money coming from? Is it not funded at all? Or is it taxed at the hospitals? Like you haven't addressed the issue that these aren't like terms.
Tax here. So here in the state of Colorado, I have a 13% tax rate for sales tax. So we're paying for it with the taxes here. Here's the thing. That has not lifted. The last time we went from 11% of a sales tax rate to 13% of a sales tax rate, that was over the 2008 crisis. we didn't see an increase in our taxes because we managed to synthesize and combine so many like services that we were able to actually dig ourselves out of the hole, the very problematic hole. And I will admit immediately to you that the state of Colorado probably has a much bigger problem when it comes to emergency transport just because of the nature of our roads. Like there's one road to get on the other side of the Great Divide, you have to go through a granite mountain, and there's only one access point. So I will say that probably Colorado had a bigger hill to climb. We probably had a mountain, whatever. We probably had a much more difficult situation because of our topography. But outside of our topography, we literally just combined all of the like services and did not see an increase in our taxes at all. We didn't see an increase in our taxes until 2008, actually. Until that
a new program was created, and it didn't increase taxes at all. How did they fund said program? Where did the money come from to fund it?
So Colorado has managed to have like a surplus. So when I say an 11% tax rate, I mean like we have.
So money was taken from taxes, right?
Of course.
And then given to fund this program. They're not like terms.
Right. We funded a market that failed. So we came up with a solution because your market couldn't. If your market fails, kick it the fuck out and we'll do it ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You have a highly regulated market, and then you have something that isn't a business that is using stolen funds from taxpayers to fund this program. You're saying, look at how great this program was. And it's like, yeah, but they're not like terms.
Stolen funds? Are you? Oh, okay. I did not know I was dealing with like a full blown. Oh, it's theft. Get off my road.
You know who you're talking to?
Right? Like, where have you been?
God,
I'm the largest libertarian in fucking Twitch politics. Like,
why are you on the internet? You do know that this was a publicly funded experiment that we now have access to, right? Just get the fuck off. You don't belong here. Bye.
Just like SpaceX.
That's not the dub you think it is.
Made it better.
But it also sounds like, if I'm hearing Stabby right, it sounds like what's happened. What I think I heard her say that they were already publicly funding like fire stations, and that they just rolled this into that public funding, and so they were able to leverage like spending that was already happening and just getting more functionality out of it. Is that right?
There's one thing that we did borrow from. I will say that. We borrowed and we did fundraisers so that we could get people who were they were AMR service workers, especially in Denver. And one of the things we did is we did get the state to use an education fund that could get you into the fire department kind of in an apprentice role. And then we also had you volunteer firefighting while you were getting your EMS certification up to state standards. And we did borrow from an education fund for that. That one had nothing to do at all with emergency services. It had nothing at all to do with how those were funded. Hazmat ended up having to be that way, if I recall. There was something that went wrong there. But what we did is we did roll those in.
So I wanted to get back to some of the core issues here. So I think actually, despite some of my other friends think here, that socialism actually will solve this issue. Absolutely. I think it's
the fucking nods.
Yeah, I'm with you, Prime. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no other way.
And of course,
I think that's interesting that what Scott wants, right? He wants to, in case, and make sure I'm correct, you want to massively deregulate the medical field, the specifically the hospital creation field, correct? Just yes or no on that one, Scott?
I mean, I'm an incrementalist, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So then, because he talked about like all the like the red tape you got to go through to build one of these things, like red tape, like, building codes, right? To make sure that it doesn't.
No, dude, look into con boards. Con boards are a whole nother level of red tape. Like building a hospital is one of the most bureaucratic, expensive, and ridiculous things to do in those states.
It's supposed to be.
Ironically, California, not a certificate of need board state.
Do you know what has more red tape than our hospitals here in the United States or actually anywhere in the Western world? Building code in Japan when you're building on an active fault line. Way more red tape.
Uh,
I don't
but
know.
yeah,
Isn't
what
that
the point
somewhat good?
Snapple facts. All right, like
Yeah,
I'll take
yeah.
a Snapple fact. Like I
That's
didn't
quite the
know.
reference, Scott.
Yeah.
Quite the reference.
That's Snapple
I mean,
facts,
no,
yeah.
seriously. So the red tape is to make sure that those places are safe, to make sure that those places are operating above board, to make sure that those places don't have like that one guy who was killing people with insulin all those years.
Yeah, I mean, like that. This is exactly what you have to. Like, it's necessary, right? Like hospitals, yes, are. I mean, I used to work in a hospital. An extremely regulated environment and for damn good reasons, right? Not now. I'm not going to back every single regulation. I am sure you can find me things that I would say maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe something we need to look at. But overall, right? We need a strong regulatory regime. We're talking about the people who are in charge of your life, right? I don't know. I feel like that's. Like
You want to know the real story?
right?
You want to know the real story where this started?
And then the second thing is
Lefty will love
this
it.
idea of competition, right? So I think I'm not sure if DB said that, but I think Lactoid did and Scott. The idea that once these things close, necessarily something else will rise in its place, right, to fill that hole in the market. Except that's not how these things usually work, right? And in fact, if that was the case, then we wouldn't be having this issue of medical deserts in the first place, because these things disappear and then they go away, like they're gone for good. But sorry, I guess of course we have to lower the regulations. So first lower the regulations, and then have
market's not free enough.
And
if the people leave, of course it'll close
exactly down. Right. Have a hospital that isn't up to code, that isn't up to snuff, right? That provides that has to provide a lower standard of care, and then that will replace, right? Like, yeah, sure. Why not even have medically trained doctors? I mean, I'm sure we can find some people who are competent enough, I guess, to like operate on people. Why not?
Promcast, let me tell you the real reason why regulations started in the medical industry with doctors in America. And the leftists, you guys are gonna love this story. If you're like an ANCOM communist or something, you're gonna love this shit. What the real reason all of these regulations started hitting doctors, especially in the AMA and things like that, was because poor coal miners and factory workers in the 1800s started creating something known as the lodge system, where they collectively got together to bargain to be able to get doctors. And what it started to do is the elite, wealthy, capitalist class individuals started getting really fucking mad that poor workers that were on strike and things like that were able to set up a mutual aid system that allowed them to go into the marketplace and say, you know what? You're not good of enough a doctor for us, or you're too expensive. And they started, how dare these poor plebeians start setting price in the market and telling us that we're not good enough, or that we're not worth the amount of money that we're paying. And so all of a sudden, large associations start forming, and the wealthy get together and they start using the power of the state to saying, you know what? This is a problem. We don't have proper licensing. We need state granted monopoly in the AMA, and we need to make sure that there's more and more regulation. And bit by bit, the lodge system was destroyed by the state.
What year was this?
Oh, fuck.
What year was it?
I don't know the exact year. It'd be 1800s.
Okay.
Lodge system.
I
want to say like mid to late 1800s.
That's funny because the very first medical regulations actually were Renaissance Italy. But, I guess you can't read. Nice. Good to know.
Are you
Typical
fucking retarded? Like, I didn't. What?
First regulation.
America's never had a true free market. Oh my God. This is, you know what? Just go whatever you say. You're going to make my point better for me by just appearing as dumb as you fucking are.
Sure. Sure.
Go for it.
So we actually had our very first regulations in the 1600s before we were actually the United States. So you sitting here like having some kind of like conspiracy yarn you're like going to like get out of nowhere is fucking hilarious.
Roger.
Some of the first
I don't even need
regulations.
that's so fucking stupid and such like a fucking non sequitur of what I'm saying that like I don't need to respond.
No, you're just made up a fucking story.
Oh, wait, hold on. Was the first regulation, or like was there like maybe an increase in regulation around the time Scott's talking about, or like
so the first
regulation happened then?
No, one of the first ones that happened once we were a nation that we carried over from British law was about passing board examinations to be a practicing physician. So that you couldn't get in trouble for some of the things like people died a lot, whether they got medical care or not. So that was one of the first regulations in the United States.
So it could just
It
be
was like
that.
it was right before the Revolutionary War.
Should it just
I
be
know
the
that.
case that our friend Scott is just talking about another set of regulations in the long list? Like, may not be the first certainly, but like okay, but it could just
Which
be
regulations? That's why I asked for a date. Which regulations?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to ask Scott here, but specifically, he's talking about like the AMA being created as a way of destroying this lodge system. So I don't know specifically which one, but that just could be another one that was created, but at a later point in time, right? Yeah, I don't know, but
Looking
so
at the history of the lodge system, it's really fucking complicated.
That's
So can we talk about the regulation that I think is relevant to this topic, which is EMTALA, right? Which is the bill that Ronald Reagan signed that said that hospitals can't turn you away for certain kinds of care when you come over. And it seems to me that everything else that followed was a result of that. Because if we're talking about the Medicaid donut hole and the fact that these rural hospitals are having to take on the burden of uninsured people that come to them because they're responsible for doing that, we've got to at least come up with a way where, I mean, it seems like we have a choice. You can either have the government cover these people, which is what Medicaid is, or you can expect the private hospitals to take on that burden and become some sort of mandated unfunded charity. And it seems to me that the Medicaid option is far superior to those two options, even though these same studies that say that Medicaid expansion has helped, it hasn't stopped the decline of rural hospitals. So we're going to need more solutions than that. But it does seem to me that the fact that EMTALA passed in the first place in the 80s, was signed by a Republican, very popular Republican president, and has never been repealed, is because the American people sort of, even though they don't necessarily want to pay for a lot of Medicaid for people because they don't like the taxes that are associated with it, they also recoil at the idea of refusing care to people who need it. And of course, it's even worse when you consider all other kinds of treatments that are not covered by EMTALA, like the cancer treatments and things like that, or extended like with my sister, she had a heart condition. But you've got to have you have to have a choice. You have to be able to turn people away, or you've got to come up with some way of paying for it. And if you don't do one of those two things, then rural hospitals just aren't sustainable.
Yeah, so I don't disagree. So I think Lactoid did bring this up earlier. I think also Doobie as well, in terms of like the population density just isn't there to like fund these healthcare services. I would agree that's a problem, which is why like I'm not opposed to like again, through probably like monetary means of like empowering these people if they want to relocate to population dense areas, as in to allow them to move closer to a hospital. Like I'm not opposed to that solution either. I'm not saying we have to build like a super hospital next to like, a town of like 100 people. But I'm also not opposed to like empowering these people to relocate if they actually want to relocate.
What about people?
But what if they inherited the family farm, right? And they're just trying to keep this family farm going, right? And then that unexplicably takes away their drive to the hospital, to where it's an enormous drive to the hospital. It's very hard to get to the hospital, but I'm here trying to run the farm. I'm here doing what America needs, because believe it or not, farmers get subsidies to farm, especially when it's something the government needs, but it's not extremely profitable for the farmer. So it seems like the farmer is needed, right? It seems like the farmer is needed, but then again, they don't have access to medical care should they need it, or at least not quick access.
Well, It sounds like they need to sell the farm to somebody else who can maybe run it better.
To someone else who can
run it without the concern that they have.
To someone else who cannot have medical access?
A massive corporation would be better at running that farm, okay? Sell it to one of them. Let them run the farm, feed America, and they can move to the city with their healthcare. Okay?
So you're not okay with small businesses then? Because
that's not what I said. That isn't at all what I said. I said if you straining to run the family farm.
You're not straining to run the family farm. You're just without.
So they're making a good living in this really rural place.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well,
because they get subsidies from the government.
This is one of the sacrifices of many sacrifices I'm sure that they're going to make to keep this family farm going. Okay, this is what they've decided to do with their life. They need to take some responsibility, accountability, and understand. Hey, this
I tell you what,
decision
don't
has some
die for being
consequences.
stabbed. Take
This-
responsibility
this
and get your
decision
ass to
that
the
I'm making
hospital. You can't,
has
don't die
some
before that, though.
consequences. One of those consequences is, hey, maybe I don't got to go to a strip club. Maybe I don't got to go to a casino. Maybe I don't got to go to the fucking hospital when I get
Yes,
stabbed.
because strip clubs and
Maybe
casinos are equal to
this
hospitals.
decision. That's not what I said. You fucking idiot. If they decide to live out there in the fucking wilderness in the family farm, then yeah, they're not gonna have access to shit that's in the big city, of course.
Yeah. No, this is
And
and
it
it's
makes
obviously
it-
a trade. It's obviously a
It makes
trade-off
it
here,
less
right?
desirable. As it
I-
becomes
yeah.
less desirable, less people want to do it, which means
Well,
you increase the cost of food prices.
I've always
really that
taken the
simple.
incel route and saying that, like, yes, boobs are
Like the market, like the price
are human
equation.
right,
The price
and
equation
so
is
you should have a
undefeated.
strip club within 15
Right?
minutes of you. Go ahead, Lacto. You're trying to say something.
Well,
Public
just wanna say,
good.
Like, it's always a trade-off, right? So like, there's plenty of reasons to move to like a rural area or like a suburban area where like you're a little bit further away from things, right? Like in the Midwest, right? My mortgage is, with everything included, is $400 a month. Not many people in big cities can say that, right? You can get a lot more for a lot less. You also can be away from people if you don't want to, listen to people honk their horns and be around you all day long. And perhaps in a time of COVID, when you're far away from people, it's safer because you don't have, you're automatically socially distancing just simply based on where you live. There's all sorts of another thing is there's a lot less regulation on what you can do on your own property, right? My friends that live in rural areas, if you want to go in your backyard and just start open fire on some cans that you have lined up against the fence, you can do that. There's no problem with that. You can't do that in a city, right? There's some major issues there.
And Lacto has a whole armory.
So,
I know
yeah,
this.
I'm just saying, there is amazing things that come from living in rural areas, but one of the trade-offs here for cheaper living and a more independent lifestyle is a more independent lifestyle, and that you're not going to have access to the same level of services that you would if you're living in an urban area.
Look at price though, right? Like the hospital leaves, right? And everyone goes, "Oh my God, what a fucking tragedy." Right? And then all of a sudden, the property values in that area go down because they don't have the selling point of emergency care in the immediate area. So now it's cheaper to live there. Well, because it's cheaper to live there, some people are going to be like, "Fuck this place, I want a hospital nearby." And then some people are going to swoop in and be like, "I'm paying $3,000 for a closet in New York City, but it's fucking $600 a month for this place." And so the whole thing here is that, as the hospital leaves, right, the property values go down, and then that brings in people that want to live there and are okay with living not near a fucking hospital because the property is so cheap. Like, it's a choice.
Except that it's not for everyone.
It's literally a choice for everyone. That's a bullshit lie.
No, it's not a choice for everyone. Some people, it's difficult. They have all kinds of circumstances to keep them from leaving, right? We already understand this. Like, everyone who lives outside of Ancapistan gets that, right? Like, that that certain individuals, because of their circumstances, whether because of their financials, right? Maybe
I don't care how poor you are, you can move.
Medically. You don't care how poor you are, you can move.
You can move,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, what's involved in moving?
Scott with the Farmers Deserve to Die take. That's awesome.
Bring up
It does.
U-Haul.
Those farmers
$99
deserve to
for a
die.
truck.
That's stupid. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, if you want to live near a hospital, then pay higher.
What's involved in
If you want the right to life, you have to pay for it, okay?
So you're paying rent somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presumably you're not under.
How many
you don't have,
donations?
an eviction.
I have a question. How many
right?
donations
So
to send Scott moving to fucking Antarctica? Like, if we can, how many millions of dollars to get it sent there?
I mean, for enough money, I'll fucking move to Antarctica. Let's go.
Oh, not for you,
but
for Prime Kind. We'll just ship you there.
But no, it's such a bullshit take, this idea that people are too poor to move, but they're not so poor that they can't pay their bills and rent.
Sure. Again, tell me what's involved in moving.
Okay, you take your things, you put it in a vehicle, and you drive somewhere.
Oh, you're so
How much
sweet.
is the vehicle?
Or you carry it
Oh,
on the back,
Scott.
like a stick with like a.
Scott, do you think that's it?
If you
do you think that's it? Wow, amazing.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, you make some. What are you talking about?
No, don't worry.
You're not too poor to move. This is a bullshit leftist.
Don't worry.
It's a general question.
Hold on, no. We can't move past this yet. Because what Scott doesn't understand, and possibly Lactoid.
I've never moved before.
Shots fired.
I just moved here.
So
Did mommy and
what
daddy
doesn't seem
pay
to
for it?
understand is
I
that he
pay
doesn't
for
understand other
everything.
people's situations, right? So yeah, you can just like physically move your stuff.
Prime guys, have
Great,
you ever been
check.
homeless?
Check.
Have
Check.
you ever been
can
homeless?
physically. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's my turn, right? I gave you a chance, right? And you failed miserably. Now it's my turn to correct you. So, you can, you can physically move your stuff, but there might be more to it than that, right? So you have your children, right? Your children who are have their support system within that area, right? Is that support system going with you, right? If that support system is your parents, is that moving with you as well? Because that's a cost, right? And a cost you may not be able to afford, because we know, and you should know because you have kids, right? That childcare is incredibly expensive. So that's one thing. Then there is, what if you are taking care of someone, right? Taking care of someone who can't take care of themselves, right? Is that person also moving with you? What if it's difficult for them to
Hire a
do so?
big
What if you
company to
can't
do is
find
what they're gonna
proper accommodations?
They're gonna die
at
if
the
you
other
move.
end.
Like, what are you talking about?
What, like proper accommodations? I mean, like, if they are disabled, do they have? Can you find a place within the big city that accommodates the person that you are taking with you? Right. That's something that
Okay.
happens. There are.
I gotta call and get my cable set up too. Like, obviously, there's a lot involved to fucking moving, but that doesn't mean that it's this giant expense that poor people can't afford. It's silly.
You don't
This
seem to
guy lives with
understand
his
how.
parents, huh?
Have you ever been
This-
homeless?
This guy, sorry, you don't seem to understand that it is very expensive to be poor. That you don't have
you
the
ever been
resources
homeless?
to necessarily. No, I have never been homeless.
I have
right?
been. I know how expensive it is to be poor. Like, stop.
Yeah, sure.
You can
but here's the
fucking
problem.
save-
Here's the problem, Scott. Always the problem is that you can't bring yourself outside your own perspective. So yes, you might have been homeless, and I believe when you say that, right? You might have had a tough time. I believe.
I mean,
you
to
if
be
you say
fair,
that.
I had a
You were
car.
saying that.
I had a car. To be fair, like, I
Okay.
slept in my car for like a year.
Okay.
Not truly homeless. Okay.
But the
I made
point
the
is that
AMCAP argument.
other
Shoot me.
people have other situations that are difficult for them that make it near impossible for them to move for all kinds of situations. Like I'm just like giving you a few examples. Like it's not simply moving your stuff from point A to point B, right? And then starting all
Get
over.
off your
again.
fucking ass and move.
Do you have savings?
Stop being a
right?
lazy fucking move.
Do you have savings enough to last you until you get a new job? Well, you could say, well, maybe you should get that new job before you move, right? But do you work in a job? Do you work in a job that gives you the time off, gives you the free time so that you can go to that job? If the city that you're moving to is like 2 hours away, right, or 4 hours away, then maybe you don't have time to go over there, right, and interview at multiple jobs and keep the job that you have now that's putting food on your table. All these things become barriers to moving. This is really simple. I don't know why this is so complicated.
I'm not
Also,
saying it's
I would
super
like to
fucking
get to a point
easy,
where we
but just
also
get
ask
off your fucking ass.
Just-
I'm not,
also want to
wait,
ask-
wait, wait,
do
wait,
it.
wait,
Oh,
wait, wait,
okay.
wait. Let's listen to
Maybe
what he
they
said.
weren't
I'm not
doing
saying
it,
it's
they
super
should
fucking
do it.
easy to
Oh,
just
I
get
got
off
it.
your ass. Like, I'm not saying
Yes.
it's easy, but just stand up, okay? Like,
Yes.
So
you don't hear how dumb that sounds.
can
No,
I say two things real quick?
I hear I understand that you guys have like the bleeding heart liberals just want to steal money from people.
Not a
and just,
liberal.
like, and just fucking and
Definitely.
just pour fucking money into
take
failing
offense.
systems.
I just want to
and
hurt you,
destroy the
Scott.
economy
That's all. I
because
just
people
want
can't
you to be
fucking move.
miserable. Promise. I don't want to
Like,
steal people's
just
money. I just want you
move.
to cry harder.
Okay,
What?
So two things really quick.
Just cry harder.
So Stabby, I paid for my house entirely on my own. Obviously, I
Good for
paid for a
you.
very cheap house, and I didn't rely on parents' money at all. And I moved here all on my own as well. Now, obviously, I have a job, so some people, I guess, don't have a job. But this kind of, I think, leads into the broader question, and I'm curious. If we boil this down like to its very raw level, Prime, do you think that people have, just simply by virtue of existing, have a right to the product of my labor?
What do you
Okay, I'll say no. I'll just do a simple thing and say no.
Well, then healthcare is not a right.
No, okay, so because that framing doesn't work, right? So like it's not as if no, because the framing specific of medical care doesn't work. One, you aren't being forced to be a medical physician, right? So you can just not do that, right? You could do something else, right?
It'll
Apparently.
come down to taxes.
Until we build a hospital 20 minutes away from everybody, we're gonna have this
Sure. Oh my God, Scott. Oh my God, he loves being a center of attention. Oh my God, Lactoid. I'm sorry, Lactoid took the spotlight just for a second. Scott couldn't handle it, freaked out, right? And now he's interrupting me because I'm addressing my friend Lactoid, and it says, "Scott, will be back."
I'm just memeing off you because you're being silly.
Okay. All right. So Lactoid, trying to answer your question. One, you don't have to be a doctor. And two, like, it's not as if you are not going to be paid for that, right? It's not like I'm entitled to the point where you must be forced to work without compensation. You're being compensated as you would be for any other patient, right? But within my system, a Medicare for all, more closer to Medicaid for all type of system, then you are simply being paid for your services. I have a right to medical care, not necessarily from you, Lactoid, right? Could be another doctor within that system, but I have a right to medical care.
Wait, so you don't have the right to the fruits of their labor. You have the right to their labor, basically. Yeah, you have the right to someone's labor.
You could ask the same argument about cops. You could ask the same argument about firefighters. You could ask the same argument about the post office. Like, we could continue this argumentation until the sun goes up and down 20 million times.
Yeah, so we can get into those questions. We can get into those questions if you want. But like the reason, and I think this was kind of like really because Scott's saying, look, if you're in a tough position, like ultimately the responsibility is on you to like see yourself out of it, or to at least make the effort to move and to like try to like put yourself in a different situation. It is true that like in the past, different times in American history, there's a lot more movement, right? There was and other presidential candidates have talked about this, right? Andrew Yang, one of the main points on his presidential campaign was saying we need to encourage Americans to move around the country more because right now that's like dropping down. And in the past, it used to be a lot more. People kind of took this responsibility and said, look, if there's more promise in different areas, that's where we should go, right? We need to get out of the situations that we're in.
Let's give them that.
And so in the most direct way possible, when I ask the question of, do you think simply by existing you have the right to the product of other people's labor? Yeah. So a direct way of like interpreting that would be, simply by existing, does a doctor have to treat you? Well, you say no, and I would agree, right? But we say it's not like they're not going to get paid. Well, hold on a minute. The money that they're getting paid from, where did that come from? That's the next question. And so if I take 50% of the product of somebody else's labor to pay that man to treat you,
right.
Aren't you just adding like a third part, like you're adding like a little individual third party in between?
Lactoid. You've stumbled on the fundamental issue with status.
Right.
And here's what it is that people recognize, right? People recognize once you're honest about it and you realize that you're stealing money, what it would mean to not steal that money.
You're right. No police, no firefighters, no post office, no military. Let's do away with that.
Have all of those
no homeland security.
Can you explain? I have a question. Can you explain to me?
Let me finish.
Scott, I have a question.
No. I will answer your question in a second. What you have stumbled on is that it requires individual responsibility, and it requires these people to be responsible for the people they care about and their community. It means instead of just saying, yeah, sure, tax me 20% and like the government will magically fix this, which they don't usually, they just fuck it up. Instead of that, they'd actually have to take responsibility for their community. And when they hear about bad things, they have to work collectively and voluntarily to solve those problems. And instead, what they want to do is they want to pat themselves on the back because they stole money and gave it to this apparatus and saying, I'm the good person because I voted for the things.
Okay, let's go to Corey and then Stabby, but we got to move quick because we're...
I'll try to keep it short. So, Lactoid, I want to ask you a question. So, sort of touching upon what you brought up earlier with Prime. So, say you're a physician, okay? And you're, whatever, driving down the road in your town, and, like, you come across, like, a car accident. So... Does that person who is in a car, do they have the right to your labor?
Of course not.
Okay, so I think that's the fundamental difference. So as in like, Good Samaritan law, like you'd be like against sort of like you're sort of like fine, like you're a physician, you have the tools to help, but like you'd have no
Well,
problem.
so
like
in the U.S., Good Samaritan law is generally like if you're
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
not
help
what it
somebody
is.
and you fuck up and they die, you're not
Yeah.
going to be held responsible. In the U.S., there's no obligation that you stop to save somebody's life. That's not a legal obligation in the U.S.
No,
Nor should it be.
yeah. So I think that's fundamental difference of like I would say in that case they do have a right to your life-saving labor in that case.
But hospitals do have that obligation in the United States.
Yeah.
Right,
But not a
hospital
doctor.
would. But not like an
Exactly.
individual doctor driving down the road. And I think that like when you look at like an individual or like a kind of like a short temporal period like that, it looks a little bit like maybe more favorable. I mean, I still am willing to give an answer right away, but
Wait,
like we can
one
draw it
second.
out and maybe make it a little bit more difficult, right?
One
So,
second.
like,
So the doctor driving on the road is off the clock, right? But if
Yeah,
the doctor
yeah.
was on the clock, such as like a traveling like medical facility, like say that for some
I don't know.
godforsaken reason there was a doctor and an EMT, right? That EMT would have the responsibility of stopping and assisting someone who needed
Potentially.
medical assistance.
Potentially an EMT might. I'm not sure. I'm guessing
I don't know.
so, especially if they were on the
All right,
clock.
so I
But we're talking about like in the kind of the short period of time.
I opened
I'm
and
still willing
I
to answer
opened
that,
the
but, like, I think if we
noise
draw it
gate
out
open
in
a little
long
bit.
period
Maybe
of time,
that'll
I
help.
think there comes a point in which Corey,
With
even
the
you would
audio.
agree this is just like we like this is wrong. So one example could be, let's say that I like for some reason can't grow my own food, like, and now I'm in a situation where I need you to grow my food for me. Like, can I?
Like I increased
do
the
I have the
volume on
right
my
for
end
you
and
to
like
be my
opened up
farmer
the
for the
noise
rest of my
gate on
life?
both ends a little bit. Hopefully
Yeah.
that helps. I
No,
don't know.
you don't want me as your farmer.
Well, obviously not. But you extend it
I'll
out
turn
further.
the gain
That
up
means
a
maybe
little bit
more
too.
inconvenience, but the principle is the same. Like, do I not have the right to your labor to sustain myself? Just
Right,
simply
yeah.
by virtue of me existing? I mean, it seems kind of really like, again, and this is kind of where I think that maybe modern day socialists to conflict a lot with what Marx argued and conflict a lot of what earlier conceptions of socialism were, because the modern day leftists are much less concerned about like the principles of owning your own labor, and they're much more concerned with just the principle of equity and just the principle of we got to like give services to people as much as possible, as opposed to like this kind of principle of don't I own myself or do I not own myself? And that's all me and Scott are arguing for. Like, we should try to maximize the amount we own ourselves.
I got to move along. So Savvy,
Self-autonomy,
go ahead.
not self-ownership.
I'm not gonna
problems there.
I'm not gonna ask a question so that we don't have to do another one of those fantasy speeches from Scott. So I'm just going to say that you're going to have to convince people like me, which are actually the majority, that taxes aren't the better option for us so that we can actually take care of our community. I somewhat agree with Lactoid that your communities are as strong and as strengthened as the people that are within them. If you'll notice, the libertarians shouldn't have been so, butthurt when I was actually talking about how Colorado solved its own problem using state funds. So I just want to point out that we absolutely are thinking that it is actually cheaper to do this with taxes for the sake of our community, and the vast majority of us believe in that because it's alleviating the burden. So until you can make us think that farmers deserve to die, or you chose to live in the rural area, food has to come from somewhere, I guess you don't get a hospital. Until you can convince all of us that that's the way to go, when actually the world is going the exact opposite direction, I guess we are going to continue to come at this from a different perspective. Have fun fucking losing. So that's all I have to say.
I mean, again, this is like elementary shit. Like, I don't even need to address like this stupid like fucking warlordism and how dare you and taxes are great arguments.
Warlord.
Like, it's just
Warlord.
it's low level.
I was going to say
hospitals are warfare.
I've derailed this panel enough times going into Ann Capisan shit, and clearly she's way behind. So like, there's no need for me to take over the panel.
No, you have to actually explain to me why I'm not supposed to be okay with the taxes to help alleviate this.
We can't now.
We need a whole separate panel for that.
Stealing's wrong. There you go.
No, I'm paying it. Nobody stole it from me. Nobody stole it from me.
Hello. Hey, you know what? We got to move on. You're getting another person is
I gave it.
attracted by the siren song of Ancapistan. It happens all
Dude,
the time.
I refuse to go down for it. I did it for you.
No, I know. So we're gonna.
Like, if you want me to, I'll go there.
No, I don't. I really don't.
I do want all hospitals to deny care, though, for sure.
But okay, so that
Sounds
wasn't
exactly
directed at
like
you,
a
Scott.
socialist.
That wasn't directed at you. Okay, so we are going to continue. We have another topic coming up right here. First of all, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button. In case you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you're not being live. That's Twitch for social and chat. For social media, we got your Twitter where we tweet, as long as Twitter is still a thing.
Oh man,
Discord,
this
where we
is
do
funny.
everything, right, including open walk on panel, which we'll have after this. So
The
you want to be part of
Dunning-Kruger
this,
effect is in
of that
hard
community.
tonight
TikTok and
between
YouTube, where
Stabby
you
and
find the
Sprouticus.
VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe. That's where we find
The
our
struggle is
social
real.
media. Please sign up for all the things that we're doing. And
It sounds
finally,
so
guys, if
pretentious
you
to say
wanna
that,
keep
but
this
fuck.
content around, support this content. Subs to the channel, just $5 goes a long way. We had a few people gifting subs earlier, which is kind, right? But help us out. That's how we
Also,
do
Dust
this.
Death, thank you for the 9
find
months.
this entertaining. You find all these great individuals entertaining. Find these fights fun. Then help us out by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. All of it does add up and allow me to keep doing this for all of you. Okay. So and Scott approves of this level of this kind of funding, right? You are directly supporting the channel, right? I'm not stealing funds
I approve.
from anyone.
I mean, you
There
could
we
like
go.
maybe tighten up your speech a little bit, practice, get a little better at it, but like I approve of your fundraising.
Thank you so much. This guy's it's a lot of fun. No Pants 9, right? Because Scott approved, they immediately gave us a sub.
There you
Thank
go.
you so much for gifting a sub to Consumer Fire. And this is your first time gifting to the channel. Thank you so much for that kindness. If we get a few more people, we start ourselves a hype train, because apparently we're not doing boost trains anymore. I don't know why. But subs to the channel, give bits or give subs if you want to keep this content going on. Thank you, No Pants 9, for the kindness. Okay. Let's move on to our next topic. And unfortunately, it seems like our other our other panel members joining us. That's really unfortunate, because I really wanted them here for this one. But topic 2. On Saturday night. Oh, sorry. Desperado says, "Hey, thank you for gifting a sub." I gotta pause there. Desperado said, "If you get one more person, either subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, or resubbing all that, we can start ourselves a hype train. So help us out. Now's the time, because hype trains are
Cowrich, wake up.
to the channel. I don't know.
Make sure you were here with us.
Okay, anyway, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay, back to it. Wordsmithy, thank you for the 500 bits. Okay, and A Scream, thank you for the sub. Now we're in a hype train. Guys, help with the hype train. Get us to level 2 hype train. Be much appreciated. Thank you so much for everyone helping out so far. All right, I'm going to read the topic now, okay? So, topic 2. On Saturday night, a gunman opened fire in a LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs. As of now, 5 people have died, with another 25 injured. The club was hosting a drag show that night. The day after was the Trans Day of Remembrance. At the moment, no motive has been established. Assuming this is a hate crime, do you think that the likelihood of this tragedy taking place was increased by the negative rhetoric and policies being pushed against the community? Are conservative media outlets and politicians to blame for this? Are more tragedies like this inevitable if this negative societal trend continues? So yeah, I know you guys have all heard about this. This is the big news of the weekend. Unfortunately, we had another mass shooting in America, but not surprising, of course. And it seems to be that this person was targeting gay individuals. So we're just gonna go off. Because we don't have an established motive, so I'll put that out there. But we're gonna go off the assumption that it was. Okay? And this follows a long trend. And so, but we have a lot of rhetoric that's been said over the past few years, right? That's decidedly anti-LGBTQ. So, like, is that to blame for this, right? Again, assuming it's a hate crime. Yeah. So, we'll go to Lactoid. Before we do that, Anuria, thank you for 300 bits. Guys, we're 97% of level 1 hype train, right? Get us level 2 hype train. Subs to channel, give bits, give subs to help us out. Help us get to level 2, level 3 hype train. That's how I bring these people together. All right. We'll start from Lactoid, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So, like you said, we don't know why it happened, but assuming this is a hate crime, it's just as awful as it is, given what we know now. Mass shootings are always awful, and 5 people died with another 25 injured, regardless. Nobody good encourages mass shootings, and I don't think anybody important is doing that or doing anything remotely close to that. That said, just because some people do awful things doesn't mean some reasonable critiques cannot be levied. For example, the classic example, Steve Scalise was shot at a baseball game, arguably because of Bernie Sanders' rhetoric. Does that mean that Bernie is to blame, despite the fact that he has not advocated for people to go out and shoot people? Obviously not. Obviously, Bernie is not to blame for that. Is he allowed to continue to advocate for his policies? Obviously, he is. Obviously, he should be able to. We cannot base continued censorship of reasonable critiques off a sick insinuation that this critique is responsible or comparable to psychopaths shooting up a drag show.
Thank you so much, Ben. Razor Sharp Gaming, thank you for gifting that sub. 2 subs total for you. We are 11% of level 2 hype train. There's 89% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? 4.5 minutes on the clock. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs or resub, all that good stuff. It does help us out. Use your Amazon
Yo,
Prime
relax.
on the channel, on the community to help us out. Get us to a level 3 hype train. It's how we pay for all of this. Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to Scott.
Yeah, so I don't pretend to know the mind of a man that like kidnapped his mother and landlord with a fake bomb and weapons a year ago, and for whatever reason all the charges were dropped. I mean, maybe there was extenuating circumstances. Like, obviously we're dealing with an insane person. It's kind of typically what happens anytime you're dealing with mass shootings, right? The absolute kind of limit of craziness within our society. The idea that rhetoric in the culture war is to blame for this is the idea of second order effects or third order effects from a consequentialist framework. And the issue with that is that once you start, I mean, the issue is consequentialism, but the real issue is that like once you start engaging in second and third order effects, then like anything can be the fault of anything, right? So for example, if the rhetoric from libs of TikTok had some effect on this guy, right? And we find out that like he was an avid fan of libs of TikTok and he just like watched every video 30 times. And like, that's like what really like drove him over the edge. Then we could just as easily say all of the people that made those videos that libs of TikTok posted should be banned because they caused it, right? Because you're just adding other effects down the stream. The only way that someone can be directly responsible rhetoric wise is that it needs to be a direct call to action towards violence, or they need to like facilitate the crime in some way, right? Like know that this person wants to shoot up someplace and be like, here's money so you can buy guns to do this or something, right? Like they have to be directly involved or they have to be making direct calls for action. So I really don't understand this idea that like the culture war of individuals like leads to some spewing level of hatred, et cetera, because like you could do the same with the both. Right? Like if you want to do that, then like you could basically say, teachers that want to teach transformative social emotional learning are the reason that this shooting occurred. And the last thing I want to add is the politics of this and the way that the media really kind of picks and chooses what stories for sensationalist purposes to utilize for political advantage, right? This story is blowing up. And, this is somebody that, of course, should have been captured by red flag laws. And this is a person that is, attacking the LGBTQ community. And yet, this same weekend in Chicago, 20 people were shot and 2 teenagers died. Like, this is just what Chirac is every fucking day. And it's not a news story because it doesn't fit the specific narrative that we want to say, which is that the hateful right-wingers are spewing hate speech, and that's why this shit is happening.
Thank you so much. Help us out with this hype train. Thank you, Desperado, for gifting a sub. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. We have less than 30 seconds on the clock. Someone help save this hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. How we power this community, how we keep it up and running. But thank you for the people who've been helping out so far. Okay. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
So about once a year, I talk to my debate kids about the miracle of the political system that we have, and the fact that we don't settle all of our disputes with war the way we used to. I talk about the Eumenides, which is an ancient Greek play, which is about the invention of the rule of law, which was Athena coming down and handing it to us sort of as a miracle, and it's all about the revenge cycle of a man coming back home from war and then being killed by his wife, and then his wife then in revenge being killed by his son, and then his son was then being pursued by the Furies, and that cycle of violence had to end because we were able to because Athena comes down and invents the law courts and invents essentially politics. And that becomes an alternative, politics becomes an alternative to violence in that Greek mythology. And I think it's a miracle of our modern age that we ended 300 years of religious war and developed things like secularism in North America, and we managed to really stop that cycle of violence through the political process. And when I look at what happened to Paul Pelosi or what happened to Steve Scalise, to me, it's not about who gets, what politicians are at most risk or what marginalized groups are at most risk because of political violence. It's the fact that increasingly, no matter what side you're on, the fact that violence is present, that's the problem, and that's what we need to back off of. Now, with regards to this specific incident, there are more political implications than just the ones that we've talked about. It turns out his grandfather is a Republican assemblyman out of California by the name of Randy Vopel, and he was also present at January 6th. So take from at the Capitol. Here he is with his little red hat on, and I just we need to, I think, step back and ask ourselves, whatever side of the political aisle you're on, why is it that we can't make this connection between violent rhetoric and actual violence without necessarily having to say that you only have to be concerned about this if you're on one side of that political aisle. I think that pretty
violent
clearly
rhetoric
it's
to
not
me
a coincidence
is get out the vote.
that in a time where queer Americans are being talked about as if they're a danger to society, that people are actually going out and treating them as if they're a danger to society. And I think that I don't think it's a coincidence. Certainly, we see these sorts of attacks on an increasing level. We had the Pulse attack before, which
Sorry, I just gotta.
Yeah.
Guys, we're our level 3 hype train because of our kind friend Doobie gifting 10 subs. Thank you, Doobie, for being so great and kind to this community. We're a level 3 hype train. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. 36% done. Some amount left. My math skills aren't working right now. It's fine. But help out the channel by helping us continue this hype train. Get to a level 4 hype train. Wouldn't that be amazing, right? Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs if you want to see us up and running. If you want to continue this content, now is the time. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. We have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, News, 1 free sub per month on the channel, on the community to keep this hype train going, to support us, to make sure that Scott gets to come back here and spread the good word of ANCAP, right? To you all, right? You're doing yourselves a favor, honestly, really. Thank you. So go ahead, finish what you were going to say. And less than a minute left, guys. Let's help see if we can save the hype train. Subject channel, keep it up. Go ahead.
So there was also another incident where two people arguing over politics, one of them shot the other. And I think it was in that case a Democrat who shot the Republican over, and that got a lot of attention as well. And so I'm just saying that this sort of political violence can be avoided by having conversations like these, like the ones that we're able to have on Prime's panel, where instead of just trying to say that we shouldn't be able to listen to certain points of view, that we should be able to talk them out.
Well, absolutely, right? And if you sub to the channel, you're basically saving lives. That's what Aiko just said, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
the mass shootings in America. That's your fault for not subbing to this channel, not contributing. All right, let's go to our friend Sprouticus.
So, I'm not really gonna I apologize. I'm not really gonna get like real deep into this actual situation because the facts haven't come out yet. And it's really important the facts come out before you start talking specifically about events like this. So I highly encourage the rest of the panel to talk about this theoretically and not the actual events, because as shown in certain shootings recently, it takes the facts a while to come out. Even when you think they did come out, there are oftentimes things that are wrongly reported. So, but with that being stated, I do not think that I don't necessarily think that the people that are espousing political positions are at fault for the shooter. I do believe though is that it's the divisiveness of the country, and extremely how we've become tribes and we just hate the other tribe. The other tribe is the enemy, and at all costs the enemy must be destroyed. And I believe that we need to drop that. We need to have something that makes us all understand we're American first, and then we'll deal with the issues we have as like a whole. But this tribalism that we've gotten into, this divisiveness that we've gotten into as a country, is only hurting us, and we're only seeing the symptoms.
Thank you. All right, Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably be short again, just because I think ICAO pretty much, I couldn't have said it better than ICAO. And so I echo pretty much all the exact same sentiments. The other thing that I will add is that, I think this like largely mirrors like, pretty much like the homophobia that occurred in, not that homophobia doesn't exist currently, but, I think it was like pretty much like at its peak in 80s 90s, and Republican support for same-sex marriage is like slowly ticking upwards. It's now at like 44% ish, depending on the poll. And one of I think the turning points, although there was probably many of, was the unfortunate case of Matthew Shepard, where it's like this violent, horrific case of like this teenager like pretty much like tortured and murdered, and that was a little bit of a tipping point. And it seems like, unfortunately, I hope it doesn't have to come to that, but it seems like it has to take like a horrific act of violence for the rhetoric to change. As ICAO sort of pointed out, I don't think it's a coincidence that given the rhetoric, you have this type of acts of violence. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Right, and if you want to get on Aiko's level, right, you just have to somehow incorporate an ancient myth into your opening statement.
True. I don't have the wisdom of ICAO. Yeah.
I'm just
Let's
old.
Let's go to friend Stabby.
Hi guys. I think one of the things I wanted to share today, if I can, with your chat, is I'm atheist now, but I came from a very far right-wing cult. One of the things we were prepping for, like we were MAGA before MAGA was cool, was the slaughter of the homosexuals and the feminazis. They weren't feminazis yet, but like all the feminists were bad. And one of the things that we did was we were always so afraid and insanely angry about things. And so if we ourselves had something like that, like I had said earlier today, I saw a poster of Gillian Anderson on a bus and I was attracted to her and immediately thought I was going to hell. I wanted to share, since we're assuming this is a hate crime and it's being investigated as a hate crime, we don't have all the facts. I do want to share something that can help all of us. There's this astoundingly wonderful human being. Her name is Susan Friedman. She is a Christian. And if you are going through something really, really hard right now, I come from Colorado Springs. I lived there while I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. Jesus Christ, that's where my first base. When I was stationed in Fort Carson, Colorado. Too many bases I've been stationed at, guys. I remember how fucking terrible it was, and like how you could feel like this was on purpose or anything like that. But this woman helps everywhere. Definitely. You guys can check out this link right here. She will help you with a crisis of the faith. She will help you if you're feeling completely targeted, especially in a city like Colorado Springs. And I do think our rhetoric has something to do with it. I think that when all of the panels were about, Twitter lefties talking about, putting people on the wall, things like that, we were talking about it. And we do need to talk about this rhetoric because we're fellow Americans and it's utterly ridiculous that this continues to happen. So yes, I do think the rhetoric is your responsibility and my responsibility. I want to make sure that we can help with that. I'm sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm seeing some of the comments. It's just that my boiler is still fucking around with me, so I'm just running through all the tests, and I'll be here for like another 10 minutes. But I'll try to stay quiet until I'm back up in my room. Sorry, guys.
No, not a problem. Okay. And next we'll go to our friend Dewey. And Dewey, once again, thank you for being so kind and supporting the channel.
I think that if there is blame to be placed, I mean, other than the person who actually like carried this out, it'd be on the transgendered ideologues and gender abolition ideologues that have made it publicly known repeatedly that they are in fact targeting your children. They do want your kids to be trans. They do want your kids to be gender fluid, right? They think this is wonderful, and they're going to teach it to your kids in school, even if you don't like it, even if you don't want it, and if you say anything bad about it, you're a bigot. And now they're going to try to politicize this tragedy and make so you can't even criticize their fucked up ideology at all. They're the ones who are to blame for this, because if they stop going after the fucking kids, I feel like less people would give a fuck about this.
So thank you, DB, for once again making it complicated to be your friend. All right, let's
You're welcome.
up to the panel.
Are you coming out as trans, Primecast?
Yeah, yes, exactly that. But look, I'll start us off. Look, I think that it's obviously that there is some level of well, I don't want to say culpability yet, right? But at the very least, the rhetoric that we see is it's not simply people stating, well, I have a difference of opinion with trans individuals, right? Or the LGBTQ community. No, they're saying that, as Doobie helped point out, that they're groomers, right? That they are coming for your children and going to do something vaguely sexual to them, or chop off their nuts or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I have no idea what's in these people's heads. But in any case, right, what's being placed there are basically turning these people into the trans individuals into expendables, right? Turning them into some sort of vermin, right? An enemy of the state, and there's only one thing to do with that enemy.
Well, I think to Doobie's point a little bit, one of the problems that TRAs have is that they consistently claim to speak for the trans community, right? And again, I'm not fucking laying blame on any of these people. Like I said before, I want to make it very clear: the only people that I blame is the individual. I know his name, but I'm not going to say his name because fuck him. I don't want his name to be. I want everyone to forget his goddamn name. But the individual in question, as well as anybody who specifically made direct actionable calls to violence that inspired this person or gave resources to this person, knowingly that they would commit that crime. No one else is involved in this. That being said, I do think that there is a problem within TRAs where they regularly say that this is what trans people want, this is what trans people believe. And what I have found, because I've spoken to a ton of trans people, trans people, right? You know, I've interviewed Buck Angel and Bar and Shapeshifter, and, you know, I've spoken with Chloe Cole and Blair White. I talk with this community a lot and debate against TRAs a lot. And the thing is that you'll see people like, you know, I won't name a name on here, but I think we'll all know, right? Where they'll be like, is there a trans genocide? And the moment we're like, well, I don't think it's that, right? Your gate kept out. And like, this has happened to Zonia several times. An actual trans person has been like yelled at and called a horrible person because like they don't fit the narrative. And so to maybe the psychotic or just to a lot of people, what ends up happening, and the right does this too with the groomers thing, is that the language isn't teachers that are teaching transformative social emotional learning, CASEL, NSES, UNESCO. These are the institutions and problems. TRAs are a problem. Instead, it becomes a blanket term for trans people, when I think the overwhelming majority of trans people just want to fucking pass. They're not gender abolitionists, and they just want to fucking live their life and live as in a gender or in a role or an identity that they're comfortable in. And they're roped into this culture war by nature of their existence and identity, being in this tug of war between two people. And I lay that blame at both the right and the left.
I could agree with you there.
I didn't realize that was going to be a showstopper. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Anyone else?
Like Prime, when you're saying like when you're levying criticism, like some of the, I think the reasonable critiques are like, and I'm, Doobie has brought it up. I think seriously in the past, which is the sort of like the pseudo exotic dancing that we saw, and that we obviously had the panel once, and like the giant tits. Right,
drag your kids to drag or something like that.
Yeah, drag your kids to Pride.
Yeah.
And then you had like the teacher with like just like
there's thousands of incidents.
The humans, all these incidents. Like, Prime, you agree that like we can criticize those events without contributing to like such a horrific action as this, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. So like what specific rhetoric are you? Are you just referring to like what Doobie just said, or like what are you sort of referring to when you're talking about like the rhetoric that's contributing to this?
Oh yeah, the grooming rhetoric, absolutely. That's definitely we can start there. There's the rape allegations, right? Like a man is going to be in a bathroom with a woman or a man in dress, and he's going to attack her. The things that we're seeing are all the same things we've saw like a decade, 15 years ago, to the LGBT community, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, exactly that, right?
And have gay people in men's locker rooms, like.
yeah, right. Like your tender buttholes won't.
This has been my biggest problem with the right is that what, and I hate to use a Marxian term here. The right tends to be very reactionary, right? The left has been pushing critical theory in all of its schools, critical legal studies, critical race theory, critical gender theory, right? Into our school, into our education system, into our media, in a lot of places. And what the right does is, instead of doing like what people like James Lindsay have been doing, right? Like doing the work and trying to understand the philosophy, trying to understand where this comes from, why it's pernicious, and like recognize it when it rears its head and stop that indoctrination. What ends up happening is that it's so overwhelming to a large group of people that don't understand the philosophy at all. And instead, they just kind of react with, leave my kids the fuck alone, you're all fucking evil. And it's like, there's a lot of evil here, right? But it has names and it has individual actors. And like, you know what I mean? And so like, this has been, I think, a big problem, I think, in terms of the messaging of the right, is like, I hope that they wake up to the actual philosophy, because that's the only way you're going to stop it. Because if you just keep freaking out about it in general, you're gonna feel isolated, alone, and scared, and feel like they're coming after you and your children, and your only recourse is going to be either like fascism from the state or political violence. And I think it's really important that a lot of right wingers that see this shit going on in their schools, like, start to educate themselves on the philosophy of this, and educate themselves on UNESCO and SEL and all of the institutions and what it is that they're actually trying to do, so that you can recognize it and stop it to the best of your ability.
Can I just add real quick? There have been charges filed in this case, so it's not. There are at least some indications as to what the motivation might be. We've got 5 charges of murder, but also 5 charges of bias-motivated crime, which is what they.
Yeah, but we don't know yet.
Just because it's charged doesn't mean that they have the facts to put it up in court.
Yeah, also Vasquez has been very, very, very limited with the details that he's let out. Like, he hasn't even said the make and model of the firearm. He's just said, he said that it's an AR-15 style at one point. He said assault rifle style. And another one he said Colt AR-15 style.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? And then I realized they're just talking about the I realized they're just talking about the A4, which is in that style. And I was like, apparently some gun enthusiasts say that shit. I was like, all right, whatever, fuck it. But yeah, so he hasn't been very forthcoming with the details. Like, and we don't even know for certain that this individual is the same individual that we only have like media reports. Like, they're pretty certain that this is the same person that kidnapped his mother and landlord via a bomb threat and threatening her life, and then the bomb squad had to evacuate the neighborhood, and for whatever reason those charges were all dropped.
Yeah, so I think that it's I would agree that the right is reactionary. Well, I would absolutely agree with that. The right is a reactionary.
I mean, they're still catching up to same-sex. Like they're still processing that. Like I said, the Republican
They're
support.
mostly on board with that.
What's Republican
12
support?
12
Look it
votes
up.
out of 50 in the Senate. So I don't know if they're mostly on board.
Look up.
I never hear it.
Lactoid, look up Republican support. Just like
I know. When you ask them like what percent of you support it, right? But like when it comes time to like actually put any kind of political capital into any issue, the Republicans are never going to put any capital into.
I guarantee you.
Same-sex marriage again.
I guarantee you, if someone ran for the Republican office and said they were going to do it with gay marriage and stuff like that, then that would be suicide for the candidate.
Primary.
They wouldn't be nominated as the Republican nominee.
Lactoid, what did you make of Justice Thomas's comments in the Dobbs decision, where he specifically said same-sex marriage is next?
So he referenced a couple cases, Griswold and Obergefell, and from a legal philosophy, I think Justice Thomas was probably the only consistent justice. Alito was better. So I mean, I think we've talked about this. I've talked about this before. I agree with the Dobbs decision in terms of its legal reasoning, and it's very easy to see where Justice Thomas is going. That's different. That's different than like a political will to try to remove it, right? Saying that something shouldn't be like legally protected is not the same, under like constitutionally protected is not the same thing as saying, well, we should just get rid of it. I think that I think right now they're codifying same-sex marriage, and it's going to be successful because
it has been. It's been some.
Yeah. It's a.
That's what I talked about when I said 12 votes. So it got 12 Republican votes in the Senate for codification, which is less than a quarter of the Republican senators. So it doesn't seem as if they're trying to send a message as a party that and McConnell also voted against it. So
yeah, but
as the leader,
the problem is that you're assuming that this is like default bigotry against the LGBT community, when for most of them it's about the sanctity of marriage, and like many of them would support civil unions or think that the government should be out of it, etc. Like it's not that radical or even bigoted of an approach for a Christian to think that marriage should be what marriage is traditionally about based off of their religious values. That doesn't mean that they necessarily want to discriminate against against gay people, right? Like the government never should have been involved in this to begin with.
And by the way, Obergefell was not a good legal decision, but that's a whole different argument.
Go ahead, Stabby.
So first of all, if you guys, I'm having a very bad day. If you guys want to make me feel better, you have to donate to Prime, like bits and shit. Like just do it so that I can feel better about tonight. Okay. My boiler is working. It's getting hot in my house, so yay. But secondly, Scott, I actually wanted to ask you something about that. Having come from a right-wing past, a very religiously right-wing past, how would we ask the right to be less reactionary? I feel like they're partially reactionary. I remember how I felt. I remember what they were selling me, and I remember what we were supposed to be feeling and what they yelled at me for when I didn't feel it. And there's a level of that reactionary behavior that is somewhat enforced and more than just a little encouraged. Is there a way we can actually reach out to right-wing people like me, and what I used to be, and go, well, hold on, here's what we need to know, without making them think like you're asking them to adhere to progressive positions? I do know that when I was leaving my faith, one of the things that helped me, I wish I'd met Susan Freed. I really do, because I'd probably still be spiritual in some way if I'd met her in time. But one of the things is that somebody told me wanting to read it isn't bad. Bad things can't just come from a book. It's what you do with it. And that changed everything for me. And so I stopped feeling guilty about reaching out for more information. Is there something similar to that you would recommend?
So I don't know what the hell you would do to people in a religious cult. You know what I mean? Like to the extreme, right? Like, I mean, like, I don't know that I would have
unreachable, basically.
Right. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they're unreachable. I'm just saying like, I don't know that I would have like the expertise to be able to deal with like that pocket. But in terms of the right in general, I think the thing is that left-wingers need to understand why is the right reaction. And the reason that the right is reactionary is that the right tends to be live and let live so long. Listen, there's a big caveat, a very big caveat coming. So long as they don't feel like whatever their traditional values that they hold are under attack in some capacity. So your typical right winger, right? Not the super hardcore religious right, like your typical person that votes Republican and says I'm a conservative. They don't really care what the government does, but if they feel like the institution of the family or the church or their children or certain core values that they hold, right? Or sacredity, like the American flag, right? Understanding like the moral philosophy of it. The moment that they feel that those are under attack is the moment that they involve themselves. And so they tend to like be uninvolved, not really paying attention to what's going on in that regard, because they're more concerned with raising their kids. They're more concerned with like living a good life or their job or their church or whatever it is that they're doing in their life. And then the moment they feel like their kids are under attack, their values are under attack, and then they react to those. And so the only way that I see this through is as the right loses its religion, they have to stop embracing a consequentialist framework, and they have to stop clinging so hard to some of like the foundational like religious values that they have, but without any foundation for it, and instead embrace liberty and modernity and freedom and like being able to do that. The problem is when those values actually are under attack and their freedom actually is under attack, I don't know that being reactionary in most cases is necessarily bad.
I would like to point out that I don't think that when your kids are under attack, the right wing is like super protective. I think that that's a publicized thing, definitely something we're being encouraged to see politically. It didn't do anything to stop them from going to churches when it was endemic and everywhere. It didn't stop my cult, which was marrying little girls off to old men. I don't think it's exactly about child health.
I don't know.
I don't think your cult's representative of the
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, about to say, I don't know if your cult is what we would see as like the
Well,
right.
no, not just my cult. Wait, not just my cult. the
Milquetoast
Catholic
right-wing
fucking
cult.
church. The
Yeah.
I
fucking
understand that,
Catholic
but you can
church.
still go to church just like you can still go to the grocery store.
Right, but you can't. No. My point is that I don't think it's just about protection of their children, because it wasn't enough to protect their children from these other things. So
If you stay
Like-
6 feet away at a church, what's the difference between
yeah,
that
don't
and
don't
being
push your
anywhere
kids.
else?
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell your kids right now. Do not let your kids go anywhere with a youth pastor. There. Now we're safe.
Or a public school teacher. Similar rates of child
True.
abuse.
What the hell?
True. No field trips, guys. But no, I wanted to get your input on that, because I wanted to see if I know what was able to reach me, and I wanted to see if there was another thing when I'm trying to reach other people in a different regard. So I do appreciate that. And again, I'm going to put it.
I think stoicism. I think stoicism is a philosophy.
That is way
really,
too complex for them.
I'm going to put
That
it.
is
Yeah,
not
I'm going to
fu-
put
No,
it.
it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm going to put it in the chat one more time, and I'm just going to put it in Prime K's Discord as well. That freedhearts.org, if there's an LGBT person that you know right now that's having a really hard time because of this another attack, and if people are thinking hate crime and stuff, they could be religious and they could need some help. And Susan Friedman and that freedhearts.org link, that can really help out a lot of people, especially when it comes to suicide, a crisis of faith, or feeling alone and like they're under attack. So I really want to shill that link. And donate to Prime so I can have a better day.
But someone did donate to Boiler,
Yes.
apparently. So thank you for that. So, but we
Thank you,
have
guys.
our friend Jangles. We haven't had here in a long, long time. Jangles, thanks for stopping by, being part of this, jumping in. I know you have a limited amount of time, but you had stuff on your chest, so we'd love to hear it.
So, thank you for letting me in. I hope I'm not derailing the conversation too much. So the day of
Fuck
the
it,
attack, I was
derail.
in. Fucking derail? Cool. The day of the attack, I was in Texas debating Alex Stein, Primetime 99, Always on the Grind, The Pimp on the Blimp, on queer theory. And he made a lot of the accusations that the conservatives do. They're coming after your kids, they're indoctrinating your kids, and, the typical, fear-mongering rhetoric. But since I was actually in person and he couldn't run away, I kept asking, what does that indoctrination look like? When someone says they're coming from for your kids, they always keep it vague. Because they'll say, how are they coming after your kids? By indoctrinating them in trans ideology. Okay, what does that look like? By teaching them all these like gender theory things. Okay, what does that look like? They have trans flags in the room. Okay, how's that indoctrination? What is that going to do? What are the effects? Is that tricking kids into being trans? Is it that easy? Why doesn't it work the other way? And it's so easy for them to draw the connection between like, oh, seeing a trans flag, that can turn a kid trans. However, when we throw out the I think pretty reasonable declaration that saying that a bunch of pedophiles are coming after your kids might lead to stochastic terrorism, now all of a sudden there's like no link between language, there's no link between what you say and what it inspires other people to do. It seems like that link becomes tenuous at that point. And
well, it's not tenuous. It's the divisiveness of the country. Because the divisiveness of the country is the actual issue. What we're just seeing is the symptoms of the divisiveness.
The divisiveness is not two-sided. Okay, trans people want to exist, and Christians get to live their lives the way they want.
I'm not saying trans versus Christian. I'm not saying trans versus Christians. I'm saying the right versus the left.
Okay, but
you do understand that, right?
I do understand that, but what I'm not understanding is what is the divisiveness? Like all the rhetoric about trans people, the rhetoric about trans people right now is being driven almost purely from the right attacking them. When you see punching going back the other way, it's defensive. It's
okay.
And
the attacks on Christianity are almost purely from the left. I mean, we could go about this. We can go about this all day. That wasn't the point of what I was saying. What I'm saying is that the divisiveness of the country is what has led us to this, and it's what we need to fix. This is just symptoms of the divisiveness of our country, of how tribalized we are. That I am this and you are that. Therefore, you're my enemy, and this needs to be finished. No, that's the way Americans think.
Look how you're framing divisiveness and attacking. I'm not going to lie that there are a bunch of atheists, but in terms of like actual policy, how are we attacking the right? It seems they view like the legalization of gay marriage was an attack on Christianity. That's not. Letting other people
that's
do
the gay
other
agenda.
things.
Don't forget the gay agenda.
The gay agenda is to take gay people to the moon or something. Never mind.
Can I ask? Can I ask
just finishing that point really quick? Yeah. It seems like to attack Christianity, it's to let other people exist.
No, that's not to attack Christianity. What I mean by attack Christianity is that there's a giant double standard in between, for example, Muslims and Christians. For example, there was a TikTok I saw not too long ago. They were kicking a Bible around on a sidewalk. I guarantee you would be caught dead doing that with the Quran.
Okay, what about policy? So we have individual assholes on TikTok.
There's not
compared to policy, outline.
Okay, so Jangles, Jangles, you said that like, what does it look like? And I think I do think that there are a lot of right wingers that aren't like really informed of the indoctrination of their children. Right? They just kind of see signifiers. They see like little symbols. Right? They see a trans flag, marketing, towards young children ideas that aren't developmentally appropriate. But like, what I would say is things like psychos, right? Like sexual education for change being like the third biggest, the third biggest company that is involved in setting the ES standards, right? They boast about teaching social emotional learning to over 16 million children, right? Like when you have large institutions that specifically think that at the end of second grade, you need to be able to, and I'll put a link in chat for you, like, quote, define gender identity, and gender role stereotypes. Like, this is not developmentally appropriate shit for second graders, right? It's not. And it's very clear that these standards are designed. What do you mean, why not?
I'm grilling you. I want to know
role
why not.
Confusion. So, like, if we look at Eric Erickson's model, right, in terms of like role confusion, right? Like at the time where an individual is discovering their sexuality and where they can be influenced and who they are as an individual is actually late middle school, early high school, right? You're talking about second graders and having to be able to regurgitate gender role stereotypes. And if you pretend like that's not indoctrination into the philosophy, that's insane.
And I'm being confirmed. That's indoctrination. No, it's not. That's so.
Why am I not straight? Why am I not straight?
It's in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, that's the kind of weak shit I've been hearing.
I just have a question.
They know what gender is, and I had the same question to Alex Stein, and I'd love to know.
Yeah, I really want to know.
First graders can articulate gender role stereotypes.
Let's go. let's go to Stabby. And also we want to get Doobie in
Why?
at some point.
Okay. Why am I not straight? Physical, emotional, mental, just so much fucking abuse and sometimes actual punishment and bruises and really bad things, and I am not straight. Why? Do you really think I could be indoctrinated? I started saying things about girls being pretty when I was 6. I have had more female partners in my life than I have had male partners. And so why am I not straight? Because everything that was done toward me, every humiliating thing, I had to say that I was, making men lust for me. I didn't know what the word lust meant, and I had to say it in front of an entire congregation. I was bullied and horrifically.
You were in a cult. What's your argument?
Shut up. Why am I not straight? That's indoctrination, and I'm not straight. Indoctrination is not going to turn you fucking gay, dude. It's not going to turn you fucking straight.
Exceptionally.
Congratulations for strawmanning my argument and describing your cult experience. Like that sucks for you, but that's
that's a valid. No, that is a valid.
No, it's not. It's a stupid fucking anecdote. It's irrelevant to the conversation.
No.
Let's make it relevant then.
A sweet little story is going to indoctrinate people, but actual force is not. Fuck off.
Okay. No, it is a very valid argument. You're not addressing any of the shit that I said.
Then let me address it. I addressed that shit all weekend. All right, that's true. Why is it only indoctrination to turn kids gay? But apparently, we can go through the exact same thing in the other direction and not turn out straight. Do you know gender is the first social lens we develop? 2-year-olds know what gender is. To expect someone who's 7 to know what gender is.
Define gender for me.
Gender is your social conception of where you fit on a spectrum of gender.
You just use the word in the definition. So define it for me. 2-year-olds get it, you dumbass. Define it.
Yeah, do you think 2-year-olds... Okay. 2-year-olds know what boys and girls are. Do you think they could define it? They know what boys sections are. They know the difference between boys and girls is. Yeah.
Would it meet your definition of boy or girl? Your social constructionist lens of what a boy or girl is? Shut the fuck up. 2-year-olds don't understand this shit, you lying ass.
You don't think I'm sorry. 2-year-olds, you think if you ask...
You don't even do it. When I grill you can't even do it. 2-year-olds can do it.
We can make it relevant again.
No. Hey, let me finish. Do you think a 4-year-old could point out a boy and a girl? Do you think they might have a shit definition for it?
They might have some mistakes. I'm sure.
Okay,
but I mean,
and they know the difference between mommies and daddies, and they know the difference between mommies and daddies. They could tell you. Do you think they could tell you?
4-year-olds.
They have an idea what it is.
4-years can.
They typically be going by secondary.
You can't fucking define your own fucking terms.
It's not their gender.
We have a conception of gender. We have a conception of gender. We have a conception of gender identity as a child, and it's been all right.
Okay. So if you would ask, they
don't know what the boys.
If you would ask a 5-year-old to tell apart mommies and daddies, they'd typically be going after they do that using secondary sexual characteristics, not the gender of the person, not the expressed gender, not the internal gender, whatever gender identity.
Wait, what do you think? Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Are you going to argue that sex and gender are now linked? They're like the same thing now?
Of course, they're not. They're linked. Not the same thing.
Okay.
So this notion of
you don't have a strong concept of gender, dude, and you're saying 2 and 4-year-olds get it.
Let Doobie. It was Doobie's turn anyway, so Doobie you can try, and then Lactoid, I see your hand.
So short of this gender ideology indoctrination, which does happen, and we could get into it pretty easily. Do you think a 5-year-old, I'm not even going to use a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old could tell the difference between mommy and daddy, right, without using secondary sexual characteristics?
No, they probably use secondary sex characteristics.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's not gender.
That's not gender. It's part of gender. It's part of gender expression. What do you think gender
so
affirmation?
Can you define gender?
What do you think gender? So, gender is your social conception of where you fall on the sex spectrum.
But a child can't point out where someone else falls on the sex spectrum. They can point out sex.
It's a terrible definition.
I can ask a kid, is this a male or female, and they'll be able to tell me. But
so if I ask, not a definition.
They understand sex.
Would they call it sex? Would they be able to tell you?
They would not call it sex, but I'm using a scientific definition of what I'm referring to.
They'd say boy or girl or something, right? But typically, they're not going to be talking about like what's hanging between somebody's legs.
No,
right? Usually.
Not.
Yeah, of course.
They don't know. They don't really know about genitals or chromosomes or anything like that. So they're using these social signifiers.
So if someone looks like a male, they're going to say that's a boy. If someone looks like a female, they're going to say that's a woman or that's a girl.
And that's exactly what they do. So we already have a conception of gender. But they don't be able to give a hardcore definition of it, but they can give it a conception of it. To say that, to make this argument that 5-year-olds don't know what boys and girls are, or at least have a conception of it, is ridiculous.
That's not what we said.
That's not what we said.
Oh, you said you said a 7-year-old, so a second grader. It is indoctrination to ask them to define gender and gender identity. Hey, maybe I should have got that. Maybe I should have gotten
You
that.
can't even fucking do it.
So if we had,
Maybe I should have gotten that education.
If we had a trans woman, right, in front of the same 5-year-old, and this trans woman was someone who just identified as trans, but didn't feel the need or the desire to express themselves in a stereotypically feminine way, that child would not be able to say that's a trans woman, or that's a woman, or that's a girl. They would say that's a boy.
Okay. Now, let's say that we absolutely.
Another question for you, since you want to know what indoctrination looks like. I'll be real quick. Do you think 5th graders should be able to define, according to Psychos's standards, at the end of 5th grade, the role hormones play in the physical, social, cognitive, and emotional changes during adolescence, and the potential role of hormone blockers on young people who identify as transgender? I think we should be teaching about hormone blockers.
Wait, is that to 10-year-olds? Is it?
That'd be end of 5th grade, so that would be
10-year-olds
and 11-year-olds.
So, yeah.
I think people about to go through puberty. Yeah, I think people.
You don't think that's indoctrination?
I think people who are about to go through puberty should absolutely know what hormones they're about to experience and the changes they can expect. Yeah, you were so excited
hormone
for
blockers?
that. Hormone blockers? Yeah, learning about the hormones. Now learn what would happen if you didn't take them. Sure. Right. How's that indoctrination?
So do you know why you can't see the indoctrination? Because you're clearly a fucking groomer, dude. If you think that's fucking normal, that's insane.
Wow. Well, there we
go. All right.
Can I ask to go back to relevance really quickly? Because what's really funny to me is that we were talking about gay people being shot and the rhetoric, and immediately the conservatives jumped right in to exactly the kind of rhetoric that we were asking.
Only one
but this rhetoric don't loop me in with that.
I'm sure Jangles. I'm sure Scott's not suggesting that Jangles is a pedophile. What he's suggesting is that he liked to groom children.
That's what grooming means. That's what grooming means.
Somebody over it. I have one question.
That isn't what he means.
Are you going to shoot them? Are you going to shoot somebody over it?
No, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Okay, stop comparing your fucking fucked up cult upbringing to the average conservative Republican. That's not how the world works.
We get it. You move from one cult into another cult. All right, we get it.
Okay.
No,
transition to the cult of leftism. Relax.
Stop. We're asking about the rhetoric, not what gender is. Is this a gender discussion, or are we talking about the rhetoric from a shooting? Because that's what I thought the panel was about.
And I'm sorry, are you going to pretend that grooming doesn't have a sexual connotation? Y'all already had a word for the thing you're trying to pretend you're describing, and it was indoctrination. You use it all the time in CRT. I've heard it a lot. You use grooming instead because it has a sexual connotation.
That's a lie.
That's
a lie.
Okay.
Oh my
That's
God.
a lie. Oh,
okay. I want to hear from Lactoid.
I can define groomer, but
as usual, one of the calmest people in the panel, please.
It's getting a little bit heated, folks. Maybe we should take a deep breath. But I think
have a bunch
something
of
was said. I think Scott, I think you said it, that generally people, especially older people, maybe don't know all the words or you can really fully analyze, because also they might not be super monitoring their kids' education or monitoring the media or monitoring this stuff all the time. And they might not have the right words, or they might phrase it bluntly, or they might phrase it inaccurately. But we did have 2 panels where we had one panel where you had someone with giant human-sized breasts going to teach kids, right?
I don't know about human size.
And then, a human could fit within one of them. And then you had.
Well, I could band if I say udders.
Yeah, well, and then you had another one.
It was a hoo cow fucking cake played out in school. Yeah.
Yeah, you had drag your kids to Pride, which I thought was sexualizing to children, and I thought it was deeply problematic on a couple levels. And it's not so much as I understand these isolated events, so it's not so much that these have happened, but I think what conservatives see is they see people defend these events, and they see people support these events, and then they see what they obviously are, which is they kind of have a sexualizing kind of innuendo to them, kind of overall theme, perceived purpose. And when you have a political, their political enemies, which they're probably predisposed to disagree with anyway, that are supporting this, it would seem like the logical jump would be that they would just jump right into the harsh rhetoric. So I guess at what point, sure, there's obviously some responsibility there on the fault of the people who jump to that rhetoric, but at what point is there, to kind of to Doobie's point a little bit, is there any responsibility on the people who
not a little bit, a lot of
events?
Yeah, go all the way.
Is there any liability here on the people who support events like Drag Your Kids to Pride or other kind of similar like child kind of sexual innuendoed themed events.
But here's the problem.
They're pushing the culture war, right? But that
here's
doesn't make it their fault.
Here's a problem, as Fabian Liberty so beautifully demonstrated. If it is not cis heteronormative, it's sexual. Like teaching, he just balked at the notion that we're going to teach about hormones and their effects on the body to people who are about to go through puberty. And the thing that made it sexual, the thing that made it grooming, the thing that made it sexual indoctrination, which is what grooming means. You're a coward or a pussy if you don't acknowledge that. The thing that made it sexual was introducing trans people or gay people. That makes
that's
it sexual.
That's why I brought up a sexual example, right? I want to
so
talk about this.
And the drag kids, no. I know.
You're lying.
The reason you called it a sexual example because it was queer, because it was drag.
No, that's not why I did.
Drag is
I think if you had if you brought children to an event where there was scantily clad women that were walking around and the kids were walking out and they're doing dances and shaking their butt.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those videos.
And the kids were handing money to
okay, hold on.
I would end with a sexual kind of phrase in highlights on the wall, it's not going to lick itself.
Do you know what an innuendo is?
It's not going to lick itself. That's an innuendo.
Yes, that's an innuendo. You know why you use innuendos? You know why there's sexual innuendo in Toy Story? Because it goes over kids' heads. It's not going to affect them. Do you think? This is why I ask for what the indoctrination is, and it's all just incidental bullshit that is not in any way sexual grooming. And then we try to flip it and say, hey, we're indoctrinated with Cinderella. We're indoctrinated.
You're trying to redefine the right's conception of what grooming is.
All right. How about
the reason that the right uses the
that.
term groomer, right, is not because it is inherently sexual in nature.
It is.
The reason is because the process is the same, right? When people talk about grooming on the right, what they're talking about is isolating children from their parents to bring them into a cult-like ideology.
That's indoctrination.
Love bombing them, right? Telling them that don't keep secrets from your parents.
While you're defining grooming, I want you to tell me why this doesn't apply to indoctrination. How is this not the definition of indoctrination as well?
Okay, if you want to use a synonym, that's fine. But the reason
groomer and indoctrinate are not synonyms.
The reason the right uses the term grooming is because the process is the same. You're now trying to create a higher standard of evidence to say add pedophilia into it. So that you
because that was the actual definition of grooming.
That you're a fucking groomer.
Grooming was a fucking legal term. And it meant sexual exploitation. That's what it meant before this. That's the reason
they used to mean two fucking people. Language changes, you weirdo. It's fucking used to be plural, but now it's a fucking singular. Fuck off.
Okay, Scott, would toddlers and tiaras be considered grooming?
Fuck yes, it would. Jesus Christ.
Wonderful.
Okay, and that's
so would taking your 10-year-old to fucking Hooters. They're all
is your argument now that people who send their kids to fucking child beauty pageants are groomers, so it's okay for us to be groomers? Is that your thing now?
No. My argument, because I'm an old-fashioned feminist, I'm an old millennial feminist. My argument is that I want pageants banned. I've always wanted them banned, but I just want them gone.
I would agree with that actually. Yeah.
Really?
But my point is,
I'm glad to deal with that later. But go ahead.
Do you want child drag shows banned?
Yeah, no. I want all fucking pageants banned.
No, Stabby, do you want child drag shows banned?
Yep. All pageants, everything.
Nice.
I want it gone.
Good.
Sorry.
Save our kids.
That's my most authoritarian fucking stance. It's
let's.
Can I just to clear things up quick?
Okay.
If you just look at the definition of grooming, there are two of them, and one of them is sexual. Let's see, I had it pulled up. So definition number 2 is the action of a pedophile for preparing a child for a meeting. Okay. Definition number 1 is the practice of brushing or cleansing the coat of a horse, dog, or other animal. Now, which of those two definitions?
There's a third definition. There's a third definition. You know this. You're looking at it.
Hold on. Let me expand.
Come on.
I'm only saying 2.
You've heard this thing. I'm grooming somebody for leadership. You've heard that saying before. I'm grooming somebody to take over this thing. You've heard that before.
Okay.
That's true, actually.
Just to be clear,
that's not what pulls up in the Oxford one.
Doobie, you think that's the definition they're using? They're
no. Hold on. To be super clear about my position on the grooming thing, right? So I think obviously there's an implication there that's sexual. Obviously.
However, and you're lying if you say there isn't, Scott.
However, I think that there's obviously on the other side people who are doing things that I think conservatives are right to call grooming, who are telling their children to hide the fact that they're now coming out as trans as children from their parents, to hide the fact that they're dressing up as girls at school from their parents. Right? I think that's more than indoctrination.
I want you to show me how.
No, further.
Wait. You're taking it as you're taking it as self-evident. I'm not letting you get away with that.
I'm gonna do it. I'll get to it.
Don't interrupt. You're not smart enough for this conversation. Like, stop.
Stop. That's not true.
Like, just let him make his.
Jangles is a very smart guy. Okay.
Doobie then Jangles.
But he crumbled. He can't even define gender. 2-year-olds can define gender.
Jangles. Doobie, please.
Hit me then Jangles. Okay. So that aside, right? So acknowledging that, I think reality. I would say that a large part of the reason the right uses the word grooming is because it's politically effective. Just like Prime says defund the police is like a call to action, is politically effective, it's going to draw attention. Saying that there's people grooming your kids in school is also gonna be more politically effective.
Do you know
say,
why
hey,
it's
they're teaching your children about gender. That's not politically effective.
Do you know why? Yeah, exactly.
They're also taking them to erotic shows, though. That's like kind of sexual.
Do you know why it's effective? Because it's linked to pedophilia, and pedophiles are like the worst people in society.
So that's critical gender theory.
Jangles, when you have
so is critical gender theory. Gail Rubin, huh? You know what I mean? Like, she was a fucking pedo. Like, look up fucking sexual citizenship for children. Papers with thousands of citations.
Scott was just claiming that grooming had nothing to do with sexualization. He just said, like, what, 10 minutes ago, that grooming had nothing to do with sexualization, and now here he is showing that he's a fucking liar.
Yeah, two things can be true at the same time, dipshit.
I guess we want to hear Doobie. Doobie didn't get a chance to talk much last time. I want to hear from him. So I see your hand, Stabby and Electric.
So James, I can accept, right, what you said. They're pushing this idea because they're linking this to sexuality, because they want people to think that trans people are pedophiles or trans allies are pedophiles. Sure, but you also have to acknowledge that on the other side,
John Money,
people who are taking kids to fucking drag shows where they have people in fucking bathing suits and thongs and shit, shaking their ass to songs about licking shit with it's not gonna lick itself on the wall. What you acknowledged earlier was sexual innuendo at a child fucking themed event or aimed event where they encourage people to bring their children. People are going to see that shit and say, hey, you're bringing these children to something sexual. You're linking your ideology, your LGBT shit to sexuality, and you're trying to drag my kids to it. You're encouraging people to drag their kids to it. So, of course, they're going to call these people pedophiles. Like, well, there's no other, like, that, of course it's going to happen.
All right. I want you to walk me through it. Let's say, I don't know, take the sign, okay? Let's say we all agree that's bad. It is sexual innuendo. It's probably not appropriate around kids. Now, I want to know the sinister plan. Like, we're grooming these kids, and we're going to do it by a sexual innuendo in a sign. I want you to tell me how that makes sense.
I can do that real quick.
Sure.
The philosophy is speaking through them, right? So this is the problem with all forms of critical theory, critical race theory, critical gender theory, etc. Right? And the philosophy is setting forward an idea of an oppressed oppressor narrative, an idea of a superposition. In critical gender theory, we're talking about heteronormativity. Right, in critical race theory, we'd be talking about like white supremacy.
And all this is being communicated to a child via a sign. I
just said the philosophy is speaking through people, right?
I know, and they're going to get it.
Right, like,
and you're saying that the child is going to absorb that through an innuendo on a sign.
Well,
that's the argument you're trying to make.
That's a specific goal stated by people that wrote papers on transformative social emotional learning. The idea is that if we teach enough critical theory to children, we can decouple them from bad ideas like capitalism, individualism, and create a critical democracy.
And this is being coordinated and done through the neon sign. That's what you're trying to prove. That's central to the
That's not what I'm trying to prove.
You're making accusations of grooming, and every time I ask for it, now we're getting into the weeds. It says nothing.
You pretending to be stupid and not be
grooming.
You pretending to be
demonstrate why.
I've fucked you over the rails over and over again, and you keep pivoting.
I keep pivoting by like directly asking you pointed questions.
I've given you like 20 examples of like actual institutionalized critical gender theory as a means of promulgating this philosophy. Other people are giving anecdotes.
What philosophy? What do we want to do to these
kids? You're the only leftist I know that demands we only talk about the anecdotes.
So let's go to
Because you're fucking scared bitch once I have my
I'm
actual
a scared
We'll start with
bitch.
We'll start with Lacto,
Fuck
and then we'll
you
go to
up.
Stabby, right?
So I'm not going to call you a scared bitch, but one of the things that you did do, I think there was a little bit dishonest in that, when we're talking about that event, we're talking about the event in its totality, which was, yeah, you have this neon sign. In addition, you have scantily clad people shaking their butts in front of the faces of children. Now, maybe if you just take the sign, like maybe just having this being a passing sign, that might not be like a massive issue. But when you take that in conjunction with everything else that's happening at this event, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. And so when you keep saying, well, all of this, the fucking sign, the neon sign, you're saying all this comes from the sign? No, we're not talking about just the sign, right? We're talking about the whole event. And specifically, the thing that you haven't brought up, which is I think the reason is because it's very difficult to defend it, which is people shaking their bare ass or their scantily clad ass in the faces of young children.
You'd have to exaggerate their bare ass. Well, they weren't bare. They weren't. You said that they were wearing thongs in one of your earlier statements. No, they weren't. That's
Judy said that, but they were wearing like very.
That's a real fucking groomer creepy way of equivocating.
When your ass cheeks are out in front of kids,
it's not bare. They have
I worked
thongs
my
on.
way up to what is scantily clad.
all
I
right.
saw those
cheeks
events.
were bare. Sorry.
I saw those events. No, they weren't. I
my
fucking
God.
saw all these videos. No, they weren't. You're saying they're
Okay,
scantily
I'm glad-
clad.
Hold on. I'm glad that the word bare ass can get some of the virgins on the panel like into a fucking lather. Calm down.
Does adults being naked in front of children not also piss you off?
Virginity is purity.
If an adult just waved his dick around in front of a child, would that piss you off? Would that make you a virgin if you were upset about that?
And the reason that I was particularly specifying all pageants, because I'm more authoritarian about this and I want all of them gone, okay? Because they're shaking their bare asses in front of children at these other pageants as well, which I think is bad. Now,
what if they were tipping them?
I asked you on purpose because the reason we were asked to come to this panel was over a shooting and the rhetoric that could be involved. Toddlers and Tiaras did not have a massive jump in shootings that could clear out churches and straights and trads so that we could save the children from this. So when we're talking about the rhetoric,
That's
maybe
ridiculous.
one of the things we should be fucking aware of is that when we were talking about an actual fucking shooting, a tragedy in my state, in a place I used to live in, and the fucking suspect lives in a neighborhood I used to live in. Like a few doors down, okay? We're talking about a shooting, but you guys want to talk about gender and how
We don't even know
anybody
his
who's not
motive.
straight is
Stabby,
rude.
Stabby,
We do. No, we do.
Stabby,
We do.
you're so
We do.
fucking
Hate crime.
dishonest.
We
If
do.
hold on,
We don't know his
if there was a push,
do.
if there was a movement to push like not drag shows, like child beauty pageants into schools across the country, of course people would be fucking upset about it. We'd hear about it every fucking day from everybody across the country because they're not. Don't be an idiot. Show it to me. Show it to us. Where's their movement trying to push? Where's their movement today trying to push child beauty pageants into public schools across the country?
They tried to sell at a school that I was working at. They tried to sell like
Another
these
anecdote.
kids all over-
Where's the movement
Right.
trying to push child beauty
Exactly.
pageants into schools across the country?
Where's the whole
There is
college
movement, right?
degrees
Like,
based upon
this is what's
college
like-
degrees based upon indoctrinating children in schools?
Yeah,
Because
look at
critical
your
pedagogy
college
exists.
degrees based on drag
It's called
shows
a
too.
seminary. It's called a
No,
seminary.
critical
school.
pedagogy is a fucking degree programs everywhere, and they're
Let's go
specifically
to-
designed
Yeah,
to put
there's-
critical
there's-
theory
there's
in
some
schools,
people-
including critical
To
gender.
Oh my-
become a member
so-
of the COF.
Oh my God, it's lots of things are getting confused here. Let's go to Corey, right? Please.
Yeah, Lacto, I want to engage with you for a moment. So,
Hit me, Corey.
no violence on my watch. So rewinding, I've asked you the question before. So do you still stand by, that teacher with the human-sized breast?
Yeah.
Do you still consider that sexual?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And you consider the sign at the show as sexual innuendo?
Yeah, I think like especially taken in conjunction with the rest of the conduct there, like tipping people who are shaking asses and somebody's bending over and flopping their ass in the air.
Yeah. So just to clarify, the sign in a vacuum, but you talk about the totality, the sign in context. It's a sexual environment.
The sign in of itself is probably somewhat sexual, but it wouldn't if some kid saw it without that.
Was that
context,
if it was at an
I wouldn't
ice
be
cream?
freaking out, right? I wouldn't.
If
be
it was at
having,
an ice
moral
cream
panic about
parlor, it would be weird, but maybe not that bad.
Right. So given the fact that you
wouldn't
still
like it.
you
Still
still
be
stay
uncomfortable.
and I'm not for the the sexualization of children either. I think we're on the same page there. But I'm just like I'm trying to find out where your line is of like you define the teacher as that's sexual in nature. So like I'm gonna go to like a little bit of absurd. Like are children? I'll start off like can children like eat hot dogs? Is that like sexual in nature?
You're talking about like the fucking glizzy meme. Yeah, look, kids. I guess kids can eat hot dogs. But like
Oscar Mayer
but
wieners,
like yeah, but
like
if somebody is
Oscar
like
Mayer wieners
yeah
in
yeah
your
yeah
mouth.
yeah. If somebody's eating a hot dog in front of a kid, like in a very
So in that
sexual
vein,
way, I would have an issue.
let's
with
take
that.
a little bit of a
Okay,
break.
I mean, I
So-
assume you would too, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, like, if they're
In a
just
very
eating,
clearly sexual way, like
if they're
they're
just,
gagging.
if they are just eating, no, they if someone's choking on a hot dog, they need medical attention. But, so
So they're
I would
deep
ask,
throwing it in and
I
out.
would-
There you
I
go.
was,
Could
I,
they make it to a hospital? They live in a rural area. That's the question.
but I would ask, so my follow-up may be a little bit less absurd. Can a parent bathe with their child? Is that sexual in nature?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I've actually I've heard some stories about that.
Well,
where,
but you don't think it's sexual in
parents-
nature, or you don't think they can bathe with their child?
I don't.
Because
I mean,
there's bare ass there.
no, I get it, and there may not be like any sexual intent, and there may not be sexual intent in the same way that there absolutely was at this show. But like, I don't know. I think that just opens
When
up
your
the
kid
door
is
for too much
puking,
risk.
when your
Depending, I guess, the age of the
wait, my kid had dysentery.
I just want to finish my point. Sorry, I'll let you go.
Maybe a kid with dysentery, like you can have like weird health, like in the same way we let doctors where we have to have doctors help kids like when they're naked or whatever. Like we have specific exceptions because of like severe need. We generally shouldn't have it as a rule that we have kids naked.
Yeah, so like as a rule, like a parent shouldn't bathe with their child,
It's
like
not
their young
sexual.
child.
I would advise against it, but I
No,
don't think it's as sexualized as this event is. For sure.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I just want to get that out there. Like I understand your line.
Corey, can you add a trip to the beach?
Yeah, a trip. Like, can children be naked on the beach?
No, I think Corey,
That is
Corey, I think Corey
regular-
reasoned me into that position actually the last time we talked about this, where I talked about my experience in Sweden, and you convinced me, yeah, it was probably weird, and I'm glad that Sweden's moving away from that. We shouldn't have naked kids on beaches.
Or
No,
not
no,
even
no.
naked. Like, can kids see scantily clad men and women on the beach, dressed as scantily as in that video?
More scantily.
Yeah, more so, really. Yeah.
On a kid that's on like a kid themed beach, I would be in favor.
No,
of
just a beach
not
where
kid-themed, just
kids
beach.
are allowed at regular.
Well, dude, this is a
beaches,
kid themed event. Let's be honest here, right? This isn't
No,
like
no,
just
no,
some
no,
bar
no.
that some
But
people
we
bring
bring
up.
This is-
beaches
this
are
is
family
you-
fun for all. Okay.
This
Yeah,
is-
family
this
fun.
is-
Yeah, family
this is
fun
the
for all. And some
bullshit.
guy walks in with like a banana hammock. No, it's
This
not
is-
Yeah, they
this
do.
is-
but
no,
they do it
listen.
all the time.
This is the bullshit that the left is doing, is switching between anecdote and institution, anecdote and philosophy, and switching
I made
and
no
pivoting
anecdotes.
between one or the other and be like, well, what about this instance, right? So that
You
must
guys
mean
thought
that this
bathing your
instance is
kids
okay.
was sexual.
Right.
I put forth no anecdotes at all.
No.
But
The
that was an
reason,
anecdote.
listen,
Creeps.
listen. The reason that people are offended by it ain't gonna lick itself is because it's in the greater context. You want to use anecdotes and then you want to separate it from the context. You want to separate it from the philosophy. It is the totality of all of the evidence that shows that there is a massive movement, especially in academia and education, to put forward critical theory. And then what ends up happening as critical gender theory promulgates out into society, we see drag queen story hour. We see drag shows. We see trans flags and LGBT flags.
Okay,
And so
you didn't
this
get
is
it
the
first time.
philosophy
Scott,
that is
Scott, wait,
pernicious
I'm interrupting. I'm
moving
sorry.
through
You
the
didn't get
entirety
it
of the
first time.
situation.
You didn't get it the first time, so I'm going to actually double down and go a little bit further. I think that you know how when parents take their kids to a strip club, like a single mom has an extra shift or something, or the dad takes his kid to a strip club, they lose custody because I believe in a strong federal government that can take kids out of the home. If something's really terrible, I will double down so that maybe you'll get the fucking picture because you're still arguing with something you think I've agreed with and I haven't. I think that if you take your kids to a pageant,
I haven't
should
really been
probably
arguing
have
with you all
child
night.
protect-
Like,
we
Hold
should
on.
have child
To be
protective
super- to be
services
su-
involved.
To be
Okay.
clear,
So,
Stabby, wait, I want to be super clear real quick. So Stabby, I'm sure you know the Drag Your Kids to Pride event that we've been talking about. I'm sure you've seen the video. Are you saying that those parents should have had their children taken away from them?
I think CPS should be involved. Just like
No,
we would get
be clear. Do you think not just involved, not just asking questions? Do you think they should have their children taken away?
Well, you can't just take children away, even if we know that the
Don't
parents are spanking.
don't be silly.
No, I'm not
Come
being
on,
silly. This is literally
They
how
should
it
be
begins.
investigating, right? The CPS should be there.
Yes.
They should potentially take the kid away.
All right.
Yep, I believe
It's
it.
pretty based.
Take them to Toddlers and Tiaras. Take them to Miss America. Take them to any of these fucking things. Take them to a strip club.
Okay,
Listen,
I'm
you
gonna
take
go
your
further.
kid to a strip club, you should lose your kid.
Okay, cool. So I want to go a little
Right,
further.
I just heard you.
So,
they
so,
wouldn't be doing this.
so another big thing on the right, is that sometimes parents will take their children to pride events, right? Pride parades, and sometimes at some of these events, there's like sexual shit going on, like BDSM shit. People walking around with like dog masks and shit, or with their dicks out, or with dildos all over them and shit like this. Do you think that those parents should have their children taken away?
No, because they're at a parade, and I don't think that should have been allowed at the parade. No, I don't. If you're taking them to the
But if the parade is allowing
event,
this and the parents taking them there, why shouldn't they take the kids away?
when you're at a parade and something crazy happens, like a woman's shirt blows up or something, like I'm sorry, you're at the parade.
Isn't it the parents' responsibility
They
to
know
make
it's
sure
gonna
that
happen.
there's no
They
like
know it's gonna
BDSM
happen.
float at the parade? Like,
Kink
hold on,
at Pride is like not like a secret.
I also take my kids to the marching bands here for those parades, and those girls are dressed in almost nothing in the middle of December.
Do they
for
advertise
Christmas, and
kink at marching band?
they're-
Why are the
they're
girls
like
dressed in
cute
nothing in
little-
December?
I have a
wanna-
question, and you
wanna-
can shut me up.
Okay, so
There's
I
this
want
one
to.
Santa baby. Wait, there's this one Santa.
I want to move on to Jangles for a second. And Jangles, I wanted to like bolster one of your points, right? Because it seems like the other side here keeps abstracting themselves. Right? They're accusing us of doing this, but that's what they're doing, right? Like Stappy is right. We're here to talk about a nightclub shooting, right? But they keep abstracting back. Hey, why don't we talk about the rhetoric, right? That seems to be a good place to start. That's where the question was based off. Well, let's instead. Why don't we talk about the larger context of people having gender ideology, right? And then they go abstract again because there's a drag show somewhere in the world, so that might mean that you can use eliminationist language, right? To talk about trans individuals. I see you. I see what you're doing because you're running away.
You're conspiracy theorists now. You
eliminationist
brought on
language.
Jangles to have this
Absolutely
conversation.
Eliminationist language to say that people are pedophiles, right? And like that's like the heart of all this. And then it's like, well, but someone.
The only person I've called a pedophile is Gail Rubin.
So let's go to Jangles. Go ahead.
I'm going to walk you through my thought process in 3 steps, all right? Now, if your 5-year-old watches a movie in which a princess gets married to a boy and they have a wedding at the end, I don't think anyone would call that indoctrination or grooming. However, if you show that same 5-year-old the exact same movie, but now it's 2 men getting married and kissing at the end of the movie, I think people like Scott would call that they would call that grooming. The only difference there is the presence of a queer identity, which you inherently see as sexual, as evidenced by the fact that the exact same circumstances are seen as sexual because they were queer, when you did not find them sexual when they were cis heteronormative. And because of this distinction, the automatic association with queer identities as sexual deviants, it is justifiable to call them pedophiles. And pedophiles are the most loathed people in society, and it's often justified both on the right and the left to use violence against them. And when you have that violent rhetoric built upon those steps I just mentioned, it is very reasonably going to lead to people dealing with the problem.
Let me address this because he's accusing me of stochastic terrorism throughout this little.
Okay,
little
and
list
then
of
also
things.
on Dubian.
So real quick, I actually do have an example of this. I don't know if I can find clips of it, but when talking about the film Onward, right, where I made fun of conservatives for freaking out about the fact that there was supposedly like this like LGBT indoctrination in the film Onward, and I watched it with my kids, and it was literally just one female, obviously female police officer that was like, oh, my girlfriend with her kid, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Like, this is just telling a story in a fantasy world where LGBTQ representation is there. I have no problem with LGBTQ representation. you assumed bigotry and then attempted to paint me with that brush as a means, and then changed grooming from the definition that I gave you into pedophilia so you've like changed two different middle terms and assumptions as a means of trying to
What part of my
paint
thought
me out.
process, though? What part of my thought
Yeah, I just
process was
explained
wrong?
two. I just explained two of them that was wrong.
All right, so let's start with the first one. Do you disagree?
The first one.
Do you
the
think?
first
Okay.
one. The first
Will
one
you
that was
do
a
you think-
lie was an assumption that I would call two people getting married some form of sexual interaction, and that I would paint it with this critical gender theory just because there's LGBTQ representation.
Would you call it grooming? Would you call it indoctrination?
I mean,
those two movies.
like
you can
like
if
just
I'm wrong.
just
if I'm wrong,
just
tell me.
marriage. No, I have no problem with that.
So you
I have
man
no
and man
problem with
getting married,
LGBT.
showing it to a 5-year-old, and that's fine.
I have no
You think
problem.
that's fine?
I have no problem with
You
like.
think it's fine?
As a matter of fact, I actually have a little bit of an issue with Sleeping Beauty because it's a little bit creepy that the 16-year-old is like marrying a 26-year-old, and it's like it's a little bit strange to me. But like, you know, it's one of the movies that
We
we
didn't
pass
have
out to. So I'm
yeah,
like,
and
all right, well,
but we're
whatever,
only
fuck.
but only
lighten-
now are we freaking out about
lighten the
sexualizing
mood,
kids. It was
really
done to straight
quickly-
kids.
To lighten the
That
No,
mood,
no,
whole
no.
I just
You
wanna-
you tried to paint the brush as a bigot and then tried to call me a stochastic terrorist, but you're
Right.
really just a fucking coward that has run away from every
So-
fucking argument that I've thrown at you and destroyed you in this idea that like
You've owned me
that,
in the
that
in the
there's
battlefield
no examples
ideas.
of critical gender theory or in grooming. And
You've
all you're doing is trying
demonstrated
to change
consistently that it's
definition.
queer thing making it sexual. All right,
I
so
have
you-
not.
just
Oh
answer.
my god!
All right,
Oh my
yes or
god!
no?
This room
Just-
temperature IQ of you
Dude,
fucking
okay,
doing
answer-
everything
can
you
you-
can.
Can you answer the question yes or no? You're fine. So the movie with the man and a woman wedding shown to 5-year-old, and the movie with the man and a man with wedding kiss shown to 5-year-old. You're fine with those two things. One is not sexual. The second one isn't sexual. It's not.
I mean,
indoctrinating.
all other things being equal,
Yes
yeah,
or no?
I'm perfectly fine with it. Yes.
You're fine with it, and it's not indoctrinating. And then you destroyed my point. Okay, cool.
Can I
I
respond?
made an
to-
assumption about you, and I'm sorry, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that a lot of people do think that way.
Doobie?
So I think we need to be like super honest about what's happening, because there is like a such thing as like cultural indoctrination or societal indoctrination, right? So and we can see it when it like specifically with the LGBT stuff, right? When you just look at the rates of people who identify as LGBT and like compare them generation by generation, the rate of LGBT people in Gen Z has fucking exploded. Right, compared to like prior generations.
And
you
why
can
do you
also
think that is?
Hold on 1 second. So you're going to say it's because they're more comfortable now. So it's just, they would have been in LGBT anyway. So yada, yada. I understand. But that doesn't really work because if you look at children who are adopted by lesbian parents, for example, you'll find that they're far, far, far more likely than even Gen Z, far more likely than the rest of the population, up to like, I think it's like 56%, to identify as not cis when they're adults, right? They identify as LGBT. Yeah, so they identify as LGBT in some form when they're adults if they've been raised by two lesbian parents, right? So I think we just got to be honest and say that, hey, sexuality, you're not born like with a certain sexual identity typically, right? I think our understanding of sexuality is
then
that,
you're
hey,
saying that
please,
straight
no, please
kids are
stop.
Let him get Doobie.
Yeah, so to be clear, yeah, part of the cultural
I'm
indoctrination
listening. I'm gonna take a leak.
can be straightness. There might be kids who would have been who might have been like coded to be like a gay or lesbian or whatever, who end up as straight just because they never see being gay presented as like an option. Right? So they just live
You're
their life
making
as
a
gay
lot of
person.
erroneous assumptions there.
Apparently,
Like,
it's
no,
one
that's
to
fine. Wait,
five
really
for Gen
quickly.
Z now. One to
Please, really
35.
quick.
yeah,
Yes,
it's,
really
you're
quick.
making
Really
it,
quick.
no,
This-
you're making
no,
no, you're
no,
making
no,
this.
no,
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 you're
no,
making.
no, wait,
You're
wait.
saying that you can.
Let me
you
say
can
the wrong
turn
thing.
Someone.
Let me say the wrong
saying
thing.
you can
Okay,
turn
let me
someone.
say the wrong thing, then you can correct me.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying that you can turn a person one way. I'm saying that children aren't born gay or straight, right? So far as I've been able to find in all the fucking reading I've done on this. Right?
And you're
we-
incorrect. Hold on, you're incorrect.
Wait, hold on. Do you think that
We are- no, we
that
are not
people are
blank
just born
slates.
gay?
Well, let me ask the question.
Because my understanding,
Doobie.
everything that I've been able to find about this is it's genetics, but it's also your environment when you're growing up, the culture around you, which is why if we want to get like really weird, in nations,
Oh,
we can use something as like as weird as like Greek society, where if you want to be like
You're
super weird,
subscribing
we'll
to
use,
like
an
blanks. No,
example.
you're
No, I'm
you're-
not.
You're subscribing
No, I'm
to
not.
blank slate
I'm
theory.
saying that there is some genetic. I'm saying that there is some genetic influence, right? That so you're not a totally blank slate. That genetic influence might make you more likely to be straight or gay or lesbian or whatever the fuck, right? But there is an impact from the society that you're in, from the things that you're exposed to as a child, even in the fucking womb.
You're repeating yourself. I think I get your points, but it's just incorrect. And it
It's
actually
fine.
further
Are you
illustrates
really
my
gonna
point.
Are you really going to
No,
pretend like this is settled
this
science, or
blank
that like
slate-
sexual imprinting doesn't exist? Like,
Sexual
this is silly.
like you think you can like we're blank slates and you can turn a kid straight or gay
He's
based
literally
on just
never
how you
said
raised
that. He's
He's insinuating that you can make a massive change. Yes, social factors do influence a child's sexuality, but a lot of that is repression. And so, if you repress sexual,
where does that come from?
All right, if you say you're making the insinuation that you can lean someone to identify as straight or gay based on societal circumstances, am I
you
mistaken
realize
in that?
you realize it's sexuality.
I'm
and
asking. I'm talking to Doobie.
identifying
I'm
with
talking
the
to Doobie.
sexuality
I'm
is
talking to
different,
Doobie.
right?
I'm saying
I'm talking to Doobie.
I'm saying that if you have a child, right, and you raise this child in an environment where LGBTQ expression and lifestyles and sexuality is accepted and common, that child is much more likely to be LGBT themselves. Far more likely than
Yes.
I think is you're gonna find in even other like very accepting societies. If you're raised by two parents, and I can send you the
I
study.
need to respond.
I can send you the study. I can send you the study.
I need you to respond to this
are
point.
identifying as not straight, right? So
Dog,
there is some influence.
You say a lot. You say 15 different points, and I wanted to address the first one. And by the time you get done, it's like all the way back here. So
I apologize a lot.
all right. So I'm not. So there's no moral weight. You're not saying this is a bad thing, but yeah, if a kid is born into a family that is really accepting of LGBT, they're probably going to be more likely to be LGBT. Is that? I'm not saying
There is more weight, but specifically on the trans thing. On the other, on being gay or straight, I don't think.
yeah,
it's an issue.
and the trans.
the trans thing. You misunderstood.
I wasn't halfway done with my
You
point.
misunderstood.
You interrupted.
I'm saying
Okay,
that it is bad to present like transness or gender fluidity as an option to your child, because this will confuse them. I think this is a bad thing.
It won't.
Okay,
Like,
Jangles, respond. And Corey, I do see your
the
head.
second half. The second half of the point was if you turn them into that, like if you you said okay, now you've like flipped it. Now it's just about trans people. We were talking about sexuality. I don't know why you flipped it to that. I want to know. So I'm going to keep it on
No.
sexuality.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it on sexuality because we were talking about sexuality. So you've made this assertion that if you you can grow up in a, depending on your environment, you can be more likely to be gay or more likely to be straight. How about that? Just that. Is that an accurate summation of what you said? Depending
Sure.
on your environment.
But I think there is a genetic influence there. along with the environment,
yeah, genetic
environmental.
influence. Because so
Yeah.
there's a genetic influence, and the environment can make you lean one way or another based on the environment.
Sure. Yeah.
So when we were doing that for the past like 50, 60, 100, 500 years, we were doing that to the straight side. That's not indoctrination. No grooming involved.
It's
No
straight.
sinister plots. And then
No,
and now
that
that we're
is
allowing a
indoctrin-
little bit
no.
of gay.
Yeah.
No,
What I
that's-
said earlier
that-
is
you're-
that is
no, no, no,
cultural
no, no.
indoctrination.
You're missing a principal element. What makes it grooming, and what makes it, you want to switch to indoctrination because you think that grooming must be pedophilia. So I'll use your indoctrination, right? But the key element here, and this is why you're pivoting to indoctrination, is that it's not just the indoctrination. It's the
Not pivoting to indoctrination. The entire argument we've been having is about indoctrination.
It's about the grooming aspect, because it is the
That's indoctrination. It's not indoctrination. No, it's indoctrination.
No. You're trying to equivocate these two things, and then you're trying to say that grooming is pedophilia. What makes the reason that the right is using this grooming term is because you're separating people from parents. Parents are the individuals that are the most knowledgeable about their children. They are the default guardians of their children. They care by default the most. Now, obviously, some parents are shitty and don't care, but far more than like a random teacher or anybody else about the children. It is about bringing them into a system, okay, that has a philosophy that wants to teach them about all kinds of other things that are indeed deviant. We can say whether or not that's like good or bad, but deviant in some capacity. But nevertheless, when you're talking about parents letting their children watch a princess movie, yes, there is some level of indoctrination that happens through culture, that's socialization, right? That's what you do. You teach your kids to grow up in the world that they live in. But when you are separating children and love bombing them away from them and telling them to keep secrets from their parents and putting up closets in the room so that when you have your boy clothes, you can switch into your girl clothes and your parents never need to know. That is the issue, because you also like to sneak in the difference between sexuality and sexual identity, because there are individuals that are born assigned male at birth, right? That are attracted to females, and they get into this cult and they start saying, "Well, I'm non-binary," and it's like, but they're not androgynous in any capacity before they got into this cult. Their sexuality is just that of a cis person, and they identify within large groups. And before you know it, there are individuals like Chloe Cole that fall into this fucking cult, end up getting a double mastectomy, and then they're fucking 18 years old and realize that the fucking cult fucked them over in their bodies. That's what people are fucking angry about.
You always do that thing though, where you have this like grand fucking design and this crazy thing, but you've tried to pull this to this to this to this to this.
You absolutely
and
have.
you
yeah.
always
It's not
do
my
that.
fault that you can't follow me, honey.
Stop.
No, we did follow you.
No, sweetie,
we were.
sweetie.
She was pointing out how she was following you from this inane point to
you
some
do
grand
it every single
conspiracy.
time. Besides, when you're gonna sit there and say that gay kids are more like people who grow up in same-sex couple households, and you're going to say that that's a version of indoctrination, all y'all are gay. Fucking eat it, because you were indoctrinated to be straight. No, I'm just kidding.
Lost
But if
I'm super open about my sexuality, all
If
right?
I can
I don't know what to tell
I
you.
can just ask really quickly, why are we making sure it's almost like it's banned on this stream entirely? Why are we making sure that we cannot say that it's bad that gay people got shot? I'm making like we have made sure to
who would
not
argue
talk
that
about
it's-
this.
Literally,
I
no
would
one
argue
is
that it's
saying
good.
that stupid ass.
None of
premise.
us are
Right.
anti-gay.
Wait,
No,
no
I need
one's
to
saying
know.
no one's saying it's not bad
Why are we
that gay
talking
people
about
got shot.
this?
I
Okay,
specifically,
why are we not talking about the shooting? Can I ask that question?
I don't know,
because
but I
Brown
it
guys
was
brought
bad,
Jangles
of course.
on to derail it
Because we all agree that it was bad.
for
I
some fucking
specifically-
drama and
though.
fun.
Now we're talking about the
I
underlying
specifically-
rhetoric.
Wait,
I
wait,
specifically
hold on.
stated and asked the rest of the panelists to talk about this shooting in theoreticals, because it's simple. We don't
We
have
don't
the
know
facts.
the motive. Yeah, we don't.
Right,
fucking
and
know
I
the
thought-
motive.
but even if you go,
Even
if you
absent
step
the
back,
fact.
He was charged with
And
hate crimes. He was
even
charged
if
with hate
you-
crimes. I think we can
Yeah.
ascertain the motive. Take a stab at
Aikau
it.
wants to say something.
No, you
Yeah.
can't.
Again, we
like
don't know
literally,
the facts.
they literally Vasquez literally came out and said that we're doing
You
this
just
because
finished
it appears it might be motivated based upon the target.
You want to say
yes,
something?
yes. Listen, even if we step back and we ask the most obvious question, which is if we're not talking about just the shooting, but if we're talking about why is there a spate of violence against LGBTQ communities? I mean, we can talk. We can go back and talk. Start with Pulse if we want, or go through all the individual instances that have come up over the years. If we were to ask that question, it still would devolve into, oh, it's because of all this trans ideology, like it's their fault. And it almost sounds like, I know that's not the intent of anybody on this panel, but it almost sounds like
Yes.
that the victims of these shootings were asking for it, like that they're the ones to blame. And I know that's not what people mean, but it absolutely can come across that way based on how this whole panel has gone so far.
Corey.
Yeah, so Doobie, I want to. So you brought up earlier the statistic, and I'll grant it as true. I'll take your word for it. Where
I
it's
can
like, yeah,
post it for you in chat if you want.
oh no, I believe you. But where, yeah, like children who grow up in whatever, I think you specifically said lesbian households are more likely to turn out gay themselves. So even if I grant that, I'll take your word for it. Like, what's wrong with that? Since as far as I could tell, like children who grow up in lesbian households have just as equally good outcomes.
Yeah, nothing.
As
Nothing's wrong with that. So to be clear, I'm not against that happening. I think that's totally fine. What
So-
I'm opposed to is this happening when it comes to like transness and like gender fluidity. Because not because I dislike trans people. I have no issues with trans people. My issue is that I think children are very what's the word I'm looking for? Impressionable,
Malleable.
very easily confused when it comes to these issues, especially when it's coming from an authority figure. And there's a whole fucking host of comorbid mental health issues that come along with that. Right? And I'd like there to be less of these trans people, not because I dislike them, but because I want people to be healthy. Right? So that's why I don't have an issue with gay people or trans people or lesbian people. I don't give a fuck that if you're raised in a lesbian household, your kids you're more likely to be gay or lesbian or whatever the fuck. I don't care. I have no issue with that.
So
Can we talk about the health
one more thing.
people?
One more
Michael,
thing. One more
look at
thing.
the
It's really
link
quick.
I posted
So,
in the chat, by the way.
Carter, to be super clear, the reason I made that point is just to point out that I think pretty like obvious fact that there is some impact from your environment, right? And we can see that in the outcomes of these households.
Yeah, totally. But just to sort of clarify your position, like you don't want to potentially increase the likelihood that someone comes out as trans because of the associated potential negative outcomes that you perceive.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But could maybe part of the potential negative outcomes associated with it be due to like stigmatization and the lack of acceptance of these?
Well, hold
individuals?
on. It's not that I don't accept them. Of course, I accept them. I don't think they should be stigmatized or treated badly in any way. The issue is that because we don't just have a button you can press to like swap like genders or bodies or whatever. There's going to be these people are going to have harder lives than I'd like my kid to have, right? So if I'm raising a child, I don't want them to go into a school where they're going to be confused about their gender.
Okay.
So okay, we've gone over time, so we'll leave it here. And you can, if you have anything else to say, you can add it in your outro. Okay. But thanks all for this. Has been a lot of fun. I'm gonna give an outro to all these great individuals, but we're gonna have open walk on panel. So they're talking about trans stuff. So of course the chat is extremely active, as you guys always are. Because we love trans people. They just cannot stop talking about them. So we're gonna have a walk on panel. We can continue the conversation there if you'd like. We'd love to have you. Right? Hit follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Follow this channel. Make sure notifications are on so you're not going live. We do this all the time. It's up on social media. We got Twitter. We retweet Discord, where everything happens, including that walk on panel, which is happening soon. TikTok, YouTube. YouTube's where you find the bots. Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, I'm gonna give an outro to all our great individuals. But remember, more content is coming your way, so stick around for that. Lactoid, thanks for coming through and being part of this. It's been a lot of fun, friend. It was actually a pretty good fight. So thank you.
No, thank you. Moral of the story is that free market good, killing people is bad. Nobody here defended it, obviously. I think nobody that's important is defending it, and nobody should defend it. I just want to quickly, I know it might seem a little bit tangential, but there is some evidence, and I posted in chat, and I'll post it to anybody who wants it. There's some evidence that the Pulse nightclub shooting actually wasn't a hate crime in the sense that it was targeted against LGBTQ people, but that in reality, the motivations were entirely geopolitical. That might be a little bit edgy, but I'm just finding this out today. Vox is not above being wrong, but that's where I got it from. If you like what I had to say, you could find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord and Twitch, or Anti-Com United on Twitter. Thank you.
I've actually heard a similar thing, that the Pulse was not necessarily, it was just like kind of incidental, that he targeted that one.
I wasn't gonna bring it up because it's like another derailment and people would just probably freak out. But basically, he just Googled nightclub in Orlando to find the nearest nightclub.
And when he got there, he asked where all the girls were. He didn't understand that it was.
There is evidence to suggest that it just happened to be a gay nightclub.
Which is why I was trying to be very careful that we don't know the motive. It's unlikely, but like it's possible that maybe it was incidental that he targeted gay people, but we don't know. I just don't know anything yet. So fair enough. Lactoid, thanks so much. Okay.
I mean, maybe he's shot because there were no women there. You know what I mean? Like maybe he just wanted to go to a nightclub armed, and then he was like,
Everybody, let's
no
talk
women.
about
Do you think it's
women.
likely? We'll put a bet on it.
Who fucking knows, man?
Protect the women.
Vox is usually pretty thorough. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure if we know the motive, it'll be in the article.
Oh yeah. Some only fact is saying that he was gay, and he might have been a patron. I know, like I said, I'm not even sure with the Pulse thing, right? Like I've heard that too. There's some people say, well, he was a patron of the club, the Pulse nightclub, and he was actually.
Yeah, that's
gay,
what I heard. That he was actually gay. Yeah,
I heard the same thing.
The stated motivation was it was in response to the airstrikes on ISIS. At the time.
Yeah. But he chose that
ISIS took
specific
credit
place
for it.
because he was like struggling with his identity or whatever.
I don't know. But let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thanks a ton. Even when you condescend to me, I'm still still happy you're around. So.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Catch us out, Fabian Liberty, pretty much everywhere. Yeah, that's all. YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch.
Have you crossed that limit yet? Have you crossed like the YouTube you're trying to get?
Oh yeah, I'm just waiting on YouTube to get back to me as whether or not we're monetized.
It's made it.
Yeah, I made it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
For everybody that helped.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Scott. Everyone, check out his content. He does good content. So we're very glad.
And pretty soon, I'm currently working on a video on the narcissism of wokeness and how critical theory helps create covert, vulnerable, narcissistic personality disorder in its people. So if you want to understand why lefties are like so fucked and can't engage in reality, it is the mental illness that is created by being leftoid and how that works. It should be fun. I'm still working on the script.
Never ever change, friend. Okay, let's go.
I won't.
I know
He's really trying to make it hard for you to promote him.
I know, right? He's like, oh god.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but you brought it up, and I was just like, let me just dig it in a little bit. You know?
The modern world has nothing to be afraid of, so you have to make it up. I'm proud of you.
I go.
Hi, I'm Mike Rich. I guess you can follow me on Twitter at this handle. That's about all I have. I just want to say that the only thing I just wanted to reiterate from the first topic was that hospitals are incentivized to be regulated, because the one regulation that started it all, in my opinion, EMTALA, which is the one that forces them to treat anyone who comes to them, as long as you buy into that obligation that hospitals have, then it makes sense that you would want to expand Medicaid and make sure that hospitals in rural areas get the maximum funding that they can get from their customers or patients. Really, treating patients as customers is what's at issue here. Then they should at least be able to generate as much revenue as they can so that they can stay in business without having to have like a large density of people surrounding them. It's also, one might say, discrimination against rural people, which is by definition discrimination against conservatives and discrimination against the elderly.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Spartacus. Spartacus, thanks for stopping by. And fighting us in hospitals, at least. So,
I mean,
thanks,
I honestly didn't have much to say when I was prepared to talk about the club, and it turned into a gender discussion in which I was unprepared and did not want to stick my nose into something that I was unprepared on. So, but with
Demon
the
Mama's
hospitals,
coming for
obviously
him.
we heard what we had to say. I think that everyone deserves to have some kind of emergency aid near them to where it's easily accessible to them. And then on the club, like I said, the facts have not come out yet, and I do not think that the politicians are at fault in the same way that I don't think that certain politicians on both sides are at fault when they say we have to fight. I think at a certain point when you're pushing an agenda, when you're pushing like a political agenda, you're going to use certain words, you're going to use them in certain phrases that make it seem like you could twist them around to make them seem violent. Or if you already have that kind of implemented in your mind where you want to be violent, you could of course hear them as violent. And so I don't think the fault lies on the politicians. Instead, I think the fault lies on how divisive our country is currently. And I think the fault lies on how much we don't take care of our mentally ill. So I think those are the two biggest faults that led to this, is divisiveness and the mental illness in America.
Thank you so much. And I'm honestly sorry that the conversation turned that it wasn't. I swear to God, I didn't design the question for that. That's where we went. But yeah, sorry about that, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you also for stopping by and putting up a great fight.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me again. Always grateful. And yeah, to sum up, healthcare is not a consumer good; it's a public good. And for once, I agree with Lactoid. Killing and violence is bad. Never do it. And yeah, super great to be here. Even though it went a little bit off topic. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, Instagram, literally is Corey Campbell. And thank you, Jangles, Doobie, Stabby, Always love you, Prime. Thank you, Sprouticus. Always a pleasure, Aiko and Scott and Lactoid. Until next time.
All right.
Hey, Brian, can I just add? It just occurred to me. There's something about Corey that's always kind of struck me. A thought that struck me, but
Is he quiet?
Hey! Unmute yourself in Discord.
I'm sorry.
The thought is nothing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say about Corey real quick. He something struck me about him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Now I just realized it. Corey is a watcher.
A watcher, like from Marvel?
Yeah.
I take that as I appreciate that. I take that as high praise. At least I take that as high praise. Thank you so much.
Intended as such, yes.
From the comics, meaning you have a massive head, is what he meant to say.
No. That's not what.
Let's go to our friend Stabby. Stabby, thanks for coming.
Yo,
through.
Nyler,
Thanks
I
for
was
being
thinking the
brave,
same
in
thing.
the face of Scott's gender oppression. Yeah.
I'm more of a man than Scott is, I promise. And I was born with a uterus. So I just want to let you guys know.
Fucking gender
when it comes to
abolitionists.
hospitals, it is a public good. I want you to go ahead if you're interested. If you want an absolutely stunning story that will keep you riveted for hours, there is a 25-year utter disaster known as AMR. What a lot of the EMS personnel who used to work for them did, and how they changed everything that we're doing now. Some of the amazing advancements. There's a cotton. It looks like a tampon. Everyone, hang on with me. There's this cotton filler that they use for bullet wounds. It's now used by the United States military, and a former EMS guy came up with this. So there's just an amazing heroic story there. So look up AMR if you guys ever want to see like a really great an American ideal and what came out of that ruin. It is a public.
She's just talking about
we
like
need to make sure that we have them available. As for the shooting,
Blue Strip?
I might
Really?
have come in hot with the accusation that anything right-leaning has to ensure that we do not talk about the shooting itself. It went to a gender discussion again when we were talking about the rhetoric. So I'm again going to agree with everybody in the panel that the left-wing rhetoric could do the same, that we had panels about, oh, it's the wall for you and all of that. If you don't believe that the right is going to have this conversation with themselves like we did for the line them up against the wall Twitter idiots, then I want you to try to become a part of the conversation. Please, again, go to freedhearts.org. Susan Friedman is doing everything in her power to make sure if you're an LGBTQ youth and you're having a crisis of faith, whether you become an atheist or not, she's there for you, and she's going to tell you that Jesus still loves you, and she's spreading an actual doctrine. I'm still not Christian, but I wish I'd met this woman sooner, and it wouldn't have been so painful to stop being a Christian. And
The only thing
that whole
painful right
process
now
would
is
have been so much
listening to this
easier. So
woman still speak.
if you're mourning right now, especially if you're from Colorado Springs, where I used to live, I know what it's like to live there. And I know that they have some resources in that city. So please reach out. Please get on there and be a part of their thing. They also have this like Bible verse thing that they'll send
my
you.
God.
It always brightens my day, despite being atheist. So there's that. I will share my link tree for Stabby Stitches. I make doll clothes. I make sure that no textile waste exists from my home. And I make quilts and a lot of fun stuff. So if you guys like to see sewing journals or a woman in her fucking place where she belongs, you can come look at my Instagram because I do a wonderful job at trad arts. I just can also be a man and a soldier. So thank you guys so much for subscribing to Prime and for giving him those donations, because I was having a really bad day with the boiler. You all rock. Love you all. I will see you next time.
Oh, thank you so much, Stabby, like for everything, really. Thanks for putting up a fight. Next, we have a Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie, kind support of the community. Doobie, also a perennial pain in my ass. Doobie, thank you for coming through. Oh man, putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I feel like I need to point something out, but so there have been like multiple times in this panel, people made jokes or implied that reverends, priests, etc., were gonna like diddle your children, right? I'm actually a reverend. I don't know if you knew this, Prime, but I actually presided over my trans siblings' marriage like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. I'm actually like legitimately a reverend. I have a certificate and everything. It cost me $35. Okay,
I am too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will not diddle your children. I promise. Yeah, it's actually you can do it for free, but the certificate's like $35. I recommend you do it so you can see your reference. But I will not diddle your children. Not all references are built the same. Okay. I'm Doobie. I love trans people and LGBT people and Jangles specifically. He's a really nice guy, even though I was mean to him on this panel. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. We do AMAs, events. We have a New York legislator coming on this weekend, I think. It should be a shit show, a good shit show. The best and biggest political server on the Discord platform, like 72,000 people now. It's a great time, but people will be mean to you if you go there.
That's true. He's being honest with you. Thank you, Doobie. I switched with Doobie in chat for this link. And finally, our friend Jangles, who I cajoled into coming on here. He said, Prime, I'm gonna be here for 30 minutes. Right? It's a promise. Right? And here he is. He got sucked in. All right.
The siren song of Prime.
Yes, exactly. So,
yes,
Jangles, I do appreciate you being part of this.
Hi, I'm Jangles. I was indeed cajolled in here, and part of what cajolled me is Doobie, maybe in a joking way, saying they're coming for your kids, so what do you expect? Or something to that effect. And so, if you're talking about the shooting, I see a very clear link between they're coming for your kids, you got to take them out, you got to protect your kids, and they're the enemy, and then a very likely hate crime against LGBT people. So I wanted to start at the beginning of that as what does they're coming for your kids look like? Because a lot of the answers I got tonight and a lot of the answers I got, on Saturday were they're so tenuous as to be laughable. As if we're like tricking kids to be trans for some agenda that eventually destroys capitalism or whatever. It seems so esoteric to me, and I really want specifics. And that's why I derailed the conversation. Because I'm an evil man.
Okay,
right. I can give you any specifics you want, brother.
Okay, hey, let's do a one-on-one then.
All right, give me.
Head it up.
Don't let I'd moderate, but don't ever take any shit from Scott about like derailing conversations, right? Like, like that's his fucking bread and butter here, all right?
I just said that's what he did. I didn't say it was necessarily
the issue is
bad,
the government,
right? You know what I mean? I didn't say like, how dare you, Jangles, derail? I was just like, you were like,
hey,
people were like, why are we not talking about the shooting? And I'm like, because Jangles came on here and was like, let's talk shit, let's go.
Well, that's a good point, Prime.
Explain how I went from talking about that to the shooting. I hope I demonstrated the link there.
I suspect
there was a couple broken chains in there. I got you.
Nothing would be derailed if only we get rid of the state.
That's true. That's true. I think so.
We're looking at this conversation through the lens of the state.
Maybe his testosterone would still be derailed right around here.
Intellectual theft. Okay, all right. So thank you all for being here. We are going to see you on to a walk-up panel right after this. Any of you here can join us, but if not, that's okay. It's for you. Yep.
I thought I was muted. My bad.
No derailing from Scott ever.
I never derail because ANCAPs always make sure the trains run on time. All right, calm down.
Oh my God, time, energy, and passion. I know they appreciate it. My audience just as much as fuck off. All right.
It was a pleasure.
Yo, Stabby, what was your MOS?
31 Bravo, military police.
Oh God, I hate you even more.
Convoy escort. Why?
You fucking disgusting. Well, my stream, my co-host and I were both 68 Whiskeys. I was just curious if you like continued being an EMT but no.
Hey Corey, are you still here?
No,
fucking oink oink.
So I was
fucking oink oink.
Here, I'll show you on Discord then.
Yep.
Like no, I was a volunteer firefighter for 4 years and a mechanic.
By the way, I got this.
Oh, the body keeps the score? Yeah. That is a fantastic
I haven't
book.
gotten to read it yet. But...
Oh, that's a really good one. Have you seen Trauma and Recovery?
No, I've just started. I haven't gotten to read this one yet, so.
All right, boys and girl, I'm out of here. You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.